Very well, guys. Let me just switch this thing for a moment. Everything should be working just fine. Hello! Hello there, guys. How are you guys doing today? Well, as Bandit said just a moment ago, we're going to be watching the full movies. It's a moose. Yes, I'm big enough to not be a deer. I'm a moose directly. Hello. We're going to be watching the movies of The Witness, which is something that I was left pending when I did my playthrough, as some of you might remember. But today we're going to be signing that off as a Christmas special, because it seems fitting to finish this adventure where we started. So what I'm going to do is adding the content that I did not do on my playthrough, which is basically the movies, and we're going to be watching also the secret ending. So I hope you guys are really excited for that. So of course I did not get every hexagon puzzle. We're stopping the music now. Didn't get every single hexagon back when I was making the playthrough. So I will be looking at a guide to tell me the correct code. So it's just going to be, watching the movies and see what crazy stuff we're going to be finding out. Also, taking this a chance to talk to you guys a bit more. It's something that I think I should do more often. Also, getting a few days to talk to you. Getting to know you, getting to see how you're doing. Also, the year is about to end. So I think I have time for one more stream. Well, no, I have a full week until end of the year. And I have a few things also pending for the season. Getting to talk to you guys. Time is ending? Maybe. Maybe it is. The year is ending. And a new one will start. With a new reign and a new ruler. Okay. Also, getting to talk about what we've done this year. The games that I've played. Which don't seem like much, but there's a lot to talk about in some of them. And getting to you my full overview of the games I was actually playing. Maybe getting to see some videos together and stuff. So, just a little chatting stream. So let me open. Hello. The Witness is back. So I don't know if I can mix the volume. If you guys feel that like the game is too loud, just let me know. Actually, we can see the windmill. I forgot that I did not do the puzzles. The windmill puzzle, environmental puzzles. That is going to take a while, though. I think we might as well do one of them. It's already about to pass. No. Getting all the way here. No! Take me back! Well, I missed my chance now, did I? Because this does not count as a well done puzzle. Yep. Never mind. So, carry on to the windmill. Oh, yeah, so this is changing the direction of... Oh, probably because some of the directions is one way to do the puzzle and the other is... Never mind. So, movies. Feliz Navidad. Thank you so much, Pepo. Merry Christmas to you too. Everything, you guys preparing everything? to get the oven ready for cooking till tomorrow. Thank you so much. Making our way to the theater. I'm excited to see what kind of movies are we going to be watching. Ham is ready to go in the oven. Time to spend the night cooking in the oven. So I should probably get myself really well aligned with this, so we can see the movies correctly. Something like this seems like a well alignment. We shall see. So how is everyone doing today? Just a quick summary of how are you guys feeling and if you guys are ready for watching the movies with me. It's going to be a long stream. I've seen that in YouTube there is about 2 hours of films in here. So it's going to take a while. Hope you guys are ready. Hope you guys have gone to the bathroom. And you guys are ready with some snacks. Because I know you guys are going to need it. I will try not to talk over the movies though. But if you guys would like to tell me something on the chat, feel free. Shidi, welcome to the stream. I have a Diet Coke and half a pizza. Also, hello, welcome. Welcome indeed to the stream. Ready enough to see some movies, I see. Welcome to the theater. Are you ready for Christmas too? Pizza before Christmas. Oh, that would be a lovely Christmas though. Now that I think about it, I think I have some pizza. It's pizza on the fridge. Maybe later I can get a snack too. Pizza. It's a pit when you put the sa. That's why it's pizza. Pizza. Yeah, because it's P. It's a P. P-E-A. That's the special ingredient. Also, I have a mug today with a little witch. This was a Christmas mug. You guys cannot see it because of the brightness and the and there's a phrase in Spanish. Basically say toad eyes, frog legs. May you have luck all week. Is there a specific Christmas lunch dish over there? Here is rice porridge. A specific Christmas lunch. I wouldn't know what to say about the mainline, but we always prepare meat. It's usually pork. Pork? I think it is pork. A specific part of the meat we always cook. So Christmas for us is always in my house soup with that meat and other dishes. I mean, 2 dishes we do. Soup and that, and we also, I would say some of the seafood is also very much ours when it comes to getting everything prepared. But the seafood in question is prawns, basically. I was looking at the word because I have not ever translated the word in English, but yeah, prawns, you know, the little lobsters. Little lobsters with sugar and cinnamon and hidden almond if you're lucky. Also, guys, to the chat, Paper here is our design, well, our, how to say it, our named chef. He will make you hungry, so glad you guys have some snacks. If you get almond, you can make a wish. Oh, so that is a tradition over there. That's great. The hidden almond I would say we have a it's not a dish. It's a dessert. And in the dessert, like I said, we also, aside from Santa Claus, we have the three wizard kings. And in that dessert, which is always served on the 6th of January, there is a small figurine hidden in the dish, in the dessert. So what happens is that if you get the king, the figurine, you get the crown, and you are crowned through that year, like a good luck thing. But for us, it's a dessert. It's not so much as a dish. Very well. I think it's pretty much time for us to begin watching the movies. So, shall I do the honors? Okay, the image doesn't seem to be right. There we go. Movie number 1.
Well, that's no better a solution than any of the others, is it? So, in the end, have we learned anything from this look at why the world turned out the way it did that's of any use to us in our future? Something, I think. That the key to why things change is the key to everything. How easy is it for...
Sorry. I was pausing it just for a moment because I think, because of the subtitles, I should be up here for today, so you guys can read the subtitles and stuff.
Knowledge to spread. And that in the past, the people who made change happen were the people who had that knowledge, whether they were craftsmen or kings. Today, the people who make things change, the people who have that knowledge, are the scientists and the technologists who are the true driving force of humanity. And before you say, what about the Beethovens and the Michelangelos? Let me suggest something with which you may disagree violently. That at best, the products of human emotion, art, philosophy, politics, music, literature, are interpretations of the world that tell you more about the guy who's talking than about the world he's talking about. Second-hand views of the world, made third-hand by your interpretation of them.
It's not
Things like
badly
that.
inaccurate.
As opposed to this. Know what it is? It's a bunch of amino acids. The stuff that goes to build up a worm or a geranium or you. This stuff's easier to take, isn't it? Understandable. Got people in it. This scientific knowledge is hard to take because it removes the reassuring crutches of opinion, ideology, and leaves only what is demonstrably true about the world. And the reason why so many people may be thinking about
so
throwing
close to
away
the camera,
these crutches is because, thanks to science and technology, they have begun to know that they don't know so much, and that if they are to have more say in what happens to their lives, more freedom to develop their abilities to the full, they have to be helped towards that knowledge that they know exists and that they don't possess. And by help towards that knowledge, I don't mean give everybody a computer and say, help yourself. Where would you even start? No, I mean trying to find ways to translate the knowledge, to teach us to ask the right questions. See, we're on the edge of a revolution in communications technology that is going to make that more possible than ever before. Or, if that's not done, to cause an explosion of knowledge that will leave those of us who don't have access to it as powerless as if we were deaf, dumb, and blind. And I don't think most people want that. So what do we do about it? I don't know. But maybe a good start would be to recognize within yourself the ability to understand anything, because that ability is there, as long as it's explained clearly enough. And then go and ask for explanations. And if you're thinking right now, what do I ask for? Ask yourself if there's anything in your life that you want changed. That's where to start.
The BBC. Okay. The first video. I have to agree on, well, he told us, now let's watch the full version. Yes, indeed. There's a code for that, right? I think there's a code for one of the fullest versions, right? This is just a brief fragment. Because that seems like an interesting exchange, because he pointed out that specifically I think it's interesting when he said that I have something that you may disagree violently, and it's about the nature of a thing, that art, music, every single arts in general, you know, painting, music, and stuff, is also very much clearly an interpretation of the world and the interpretation of the author. It's very common in music and different art forms and media. It's the artist itself that is plasming his or her view of the world into the piece, or a specific sentiment of how he or she views life, you know? Because, for example, we have Picasso, which went through what we call a blue period. And it's because I think it's the most relatable thing, aside from many other pieces of art, that comes to mind about depression. Because when you see the paintings that he has done before, and the paintings he did while in his blue period, it's clear that he was going through some hard shit. I don't know, finding yourself could be one of the reasons. Oh, you got the full video. Oh, they're over there. Dailymotion.com video. But I don't know if I am able to stream this though, Bandit, because this is in the game. But I don't know if I'll be able to. Yesterday, tomorrow's, and you also it might be protected by the BBC, you know. So I would not like to risk it. But if we have time, I'm going to leave this open here. If we have time later on. Yeah, I was just kidding about that. And it's 15 minutes. I don't mind. I don't mind being the time. I when I took this as a Christmas option, I specifically knew what I was getting into. So we're going to be here for a while. So yeah, the products of human emotion. Yes, indeed it is. And that's a really good way to express it, you know. It's the fight that you may have inner or externally about how you view the world and how it is, in fact, and how the things happen, you know? Like he said, amino acids, it's what form you. It may not be, and you know, the spiritual things, we come into metaphysics when we start talking about, you know, we talk about spirits, we talk about the soul, we talk about what basically identifies us as human. If we go to the bare minimums, if we go to the scientific facts, we are what science says that we are, and nothing else. But then it comes to a point in which you might be not happy with that, or you might think we are beyond that. And we kind of, so it's perspectives, you know, because something else, something more? What defines us? What makes us different also from animals and stuff? So we're going to be, it seems we're going to be talking about heavy shit here. So it's interesting. I think this brief fragment shows and gives you, you may agree or not, but it gives you a different view. And I suppose that is what the witness is all about. It's about perspective, as we've said many, many times. But it's interesting, you know, how you view all that, what it means to you, and in many, many ways, how are you feeling about all this? And I like that in the last moments of the film, when he says something about, think about if there is something you would like to change about yourself or your life. And that is where you would want to begin your searching for knowledge. Because I agree with him in the fact that the knowledge is there. The knowledge is something you have access to. And if someone explains it to you the correct way or the proper way for you to understand, you're going to be able to learn it. I mean, if you did, you might not be good at it because sometimes your brain may function differently from others because there's multiple intelligences. But you might at least have an understanding of it, even if you don't actually practice it or try to do some other stuff in the future with it, you know? So I think that's very interesting. And when he asks you to start the quest or your search in stuff you would like to change about yourself, it's also a quest for a better improvement, so to speak, for self-improvement. Probably that's the word I'm looking for. So I'd say that's very, very, very interesting. Because it speaks a lot and makes you question the stuff. So yeah, kudos for that. I don't know what you guys think about the first video that we've seen. Because I would like to have some commentary with you, because this seems to be something that really is up for debate, you know? If not, we can keep carrying on to the next video. You see chat. So video number 2.
And so, by a backhanded, upside-down argument, was predicted that there is in carbon a level at 7.82 million volts, and then experiments in the laboratory with carbon show indeed that there is. And therefore, the existence in the world of all these other elements is very closely related to the fact that there is this particular level in carbon. But the position of this particular level in carbon seems to us, after knowing the physical laws, to be a very complicated accident of 12 complicated particles interacting. So I wish to illustrate by this example that an understanding of the physical laws doesn't give you an understanding in a sense of understanding the significance of the world in any way. The details of real experience are very far often from the fundamental laws. There are, in a way of speaking in the world, we have a way of discussing the world which you could call, we discuss it at various hierarchies or levels. Now, I don't mean to be very precise, there's a level, there's another level, and another level, but I will indicate by describing a set of ideas to you, just one after the other, what I mean by hierarchies of ideas. For example, at one end, we have the fundamental laws of physics. Then we invent other terms for concepts which are approximate, who have, we believe, the ultimate explanation in terms of the fundamental laws. For instance, heat. Heat is supposed to be the jiggling, and it's just a word for a hot thing, is just a word for a mass of atoms which are jiggling. For that, fundamentally, we should think of the atoms jiggling. But for a while, if we're talking about heat, we sometimes forget about the atoms jiggling. Just like when we talk about the glacier, we don't always think of the hexagonal ice snowflakes which originally fell. Another example of the same thing is a salt crystal. Looked at fundamentally, it's a lot of protons, neutrons, and electrons. But we have this concept, salt crystal, which carries a whole pattern already of fundamental interactions, or idea like pressure. Now, if we go higher up from this, in another level, we have properties of substances like refractive index, how light is bent when it goes through something, or surface tension, the fact that the water tends to pull itself together, is described by a number. I remind you that we have to go through several laws down to find out that it's the pull of the atoms and so on. But we still say surface tension, and don't worry when we're discussing surface tension of the inner workings, always. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Go on, up in the hierarchy. With the water, we have the waves, and we have a thing like a storm. We have a word for storm, which represents an enormous mass of phenomena. Or sunspot, or star, which is an accumulation of things. And it's not worthwhile always to think of it way back. In fact, we can't, because the higher up we go, we have too many steps in between, each one of which is a little weak, and we haven't thought them all through yet. If we go up in this hierarchy of complexity, we get to things like frog, or nerve impulse, which you see is an enormously complicated thing in the physical world, involving an organization of matter in a very elaborate complexity. And then we go on, we come to things, words, and concepts like man, and history, or political expediency, and so forth, which is a series of concepts that we use to understand things at an ever higher level. And going on, we come to things like evil, and beauty, and hope. Now, which end is nearer to the ultimate creator, or the ultimate? So if I make a religious metaphor, which end is nearer to God? Beauty and hope, or the fundamental laws? I think that the right way, of course, is to say that the whole structural interconnections of the thing is the thing that we have to look at, and that the sequence of hierarchy, that all the sciences and all the efforts, not just the sciences, but all the efforts of intellectual kind, are to see the connections of the hierarchies, is to connect beauty to history, is to connect history to man's psychology, the man's psychology to the working of the brain to the neural impulse to the chemistry, and so forth, up and down, both ways. And today we cannot, and there's no use making believe we can, draw carefully a line all the way from one end of this thing to the other. In fact, we've just begun to see that there is this relative hierarchy. And so I don't think either end is nearer to God's. And to stand at either end and to walk out off the end of the pier only, hoping out in that direction is the complete understanding, is a mistake. And to stand with evil and beauty and hope, or to stand with the fundamental laws, hoping that way to get a deep understanding of the whole world, with that aspect alone, is a mistake. And it is not sensible either for the ones who specialize at one end and the ones who specialize at the other end to have such disregard for each other. They don't, actually, but the people say they do. So. But that actually the great mass of workers in between, connecting one step to another, are improving all the time our understanding of the world, both from working at the ends and working in the middle. And in that way, we are gradually understanding this connection, this tremendous world of interconnecting hierarchies.
If you expected science to give all the answers to the wonderful questions about what we are, where we're going, what the meaning of the universe is, and so on, then I think you could easily become disillusioned and then look for some mystic answer to these problems. How a scientist can take a mystic answer, I don't know, because the whole spirit is to understand. Well, never mind that. I don't understand that. But anyhow, if you think of it, though, the way I think of what we're doing is we're exploring. We're trying to find out as much as we can about the world. People say to me, are you looking for the ultimate laws of physics? No, I'm not. I'm just looking to find out more about the world. And if it turns out there is a simple ultimate law that explains everything, so be it. That would be very nice to discover. If it turns out it's like an onion with millions of layers and we're just sick and tired of looking at the layers, then that's the way it is. But whatever way it comes out, its nature is there, and she's going to come out the way she is. And therefore, when we go to investigate it, we shouldn't pre-decide what it is we're trying to do, except to find out more about it. If you say, but your problem is, why do you find out more about it? If you thought that you were trying to find out more about it because you're going to get an answer to some deep philosophical question, you may be wrong. It may be that you can't get an answer to that particular question by finding out more about the character of nature. But I don't look at it. My interest in science is to simply find out about the world. And the more I find out, the better it is. I like to find out. There are very remarkable mysteries about the fact that we're able to do so many more things than apparently animals can do, and other questions like that. But those are mysteries I want to investigate without knowing the answer to them. And so altogether, I can't believe the special stories that have been made up about our relationship to the universe at large, because they seem to be too simple, too connected, too local, too provincial. The earth, he came to the earth. One of the aspects of God came to the earth, mind you. And look at what's out there. How can it isn't in proportion. Anyway, it's no use arguing. I can't argue it. I'm just trying to tell you why the scientific views that I have do have some effect on my beliefs. And also another thing has to do with the question of how do you find out if something's true? And if you have all these theories of the different religions, have all different theories about the thing, then you begin to wonder. Once you start doubting, just like you're supposed to doubt, you ask me, is the science true? We say, no, we don't know what's true. We're trying to find out. Everything is possibly wrong. Start out understanding religion by saying everything is possibly wrong. Let us see. As soon as you do that, you start sliding down an edge, which is hard to recover from. And so with the scientific view, or my father's view, that we should look to see what's true and what may not be true, once you start doubting, which I think to me is a very fundamental part of my soul, is to doubt and to ask. And when you doubt and ask, it gets a little harder to believe. You see, one thing is I can live with doubt and uncertainty and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees of certainty about different things, but I'm not absolutely sure of anything. And then many things I don't know anything about, such as whether it means anything to ask, why we're here, and what the question might mean. I might think about it a little bit. If I can't figure it out, then I go to something else. But I don't have to know an answer. I don't feel frightened by not knowing things, by being lost in the mysterious universe without having any purpose, which is the way it really is, as far as I can tell, possibly. It doesn't frighten me.
Wow. That's one final sentence, dude. Ooh. This is... Yeah, the first part was a bit more complicated in terms for me, because English is not my first language. I think I understood most of it and the different points of view that he is giving. But the second part, I think it's more of a personal view that he has, of course. It's always about personal opinions and how he, in particular, views the world, and as a scientist, of course. But I have to say that maybe it's just because I'm really curious. I'm a person that I have a lot of curiosity. But not knowing or not having the answer, some of the questions might not sit well with me, the human being, so to speak. I do like to ask the proper questions, and sometimes I would like to get a proper answer. And I suppose proper answer for me means an answer I am satisfied with, so to speak. Also, really good answer. Cheshire, thank you so much for the water. Welcome to the stream as well. We're getting into some deep movie things and getting to see some of the perspectives. It was his personal view, and I like how he summarized it. It's really hard to summarize something like that. Yes, I have to agree with you, Bandit, on this. And that may not be all he wanted to say, but you can't ever get everything in one sitting. Yes, of course. Probably not. And it was clear at the beginning he didn't want to begin any deep discussion, you know? Because he was about to say something and then he retracted. Because he didn't want to get himself into a deep argument that has no really definitive answer or definitive option. Because like he said, when you begin doubting, that is where your vision of life might change. Might not. It will change a lot. Because you will, like he said, go down a slide. And maybe a slide, maybe a spiral. You know, it's in a search for a deeper meaning. A search that may not be fruitful and may not have a really proper answer. So that's why I said something like, that's why I said before, an answer for me is an answer that I feel satisfied with, you know? That I see the answer and I say, yes, this is what I truly believe in. This is what I truly think of. And I'm happy with it. Just like he said about he is happy not knowing. You know, something that maybe that is the healthiest attitude though. Being happy with not knowing. And sometimes you're not going to get every single answer because it's not possible to get a single the proper answer. It just happens. It's he summarized it really, really well in his view, I would say. And that is some deep things to think about. Because could be also in touch with existentialism in some way, you know? Please give me the serenity to accept what I can know and what I cannot know, and the wisdom to tell me the difference. Yes. That is actually a really, really good sentence there, Bandit. So, are we ready for the third film? Borrow from a little group known as Alcoholics Anonymous. Hey, if it works. Grant me the serenity. Also, it's a phrase in WoW, by the way. So, number 3. We had it over here. Oh, wait, this is the candle. The candle one. Are you guys ready for the candle? Did I do it correctly? There we go. I remember seeing this one. This is probably the most stress and anxiety inducing one. Can get a bit closer. Ah, sorry. I never understood why he was doing this. Probably because of movie reasons. There's a reason in movie why he is doing this. But I actually have no idea what this implies in the movie itself. Well, shit. I've always thought that this was kind of an allegory to trying stuff all over and over again and not getting results, you know? It's funny to me that he's always stepping on the metal thing that is on the ground. Like kicking it around and stuff. You got it. I have no idea why he was doing this. And then I suppose he died. The voices in the back. So, has anyone seen this movie? The real one? And knows what this is all about? Because I would like a brief version of what is going on with the movie. Yes, guys, I know there's a environmental puzzle in the movie, though. You have to look at it in the back. really doesn't seem like there is snowing. It seems like there's a wall here of stuff that is snowing, and then up in the front. I think that was the way the producer wanted to signify that he died, yeah. Yeah, me too. Now that I'm looking at the scene that he is there on the floor. Yes, low budget snow. Well, more than enough snow, to be honest. Winter is coming. Oh, so it's a Tarkovsky movie. What? Tarkovsky. You sure, bro? Oh, wait. This is the beginning. Ah. Oh, I already had this one. Yeah. One snowmaker and they moving it left to right in front of the camera. Yeah. Yes, agreed with you on that. So, the fourth movie, we have... You guys ready? By the way, this is the one that we have to carry. Watching from start to finish to see the... Let's do this. Scheme by Professor Moriarty. This is the long one, right? This is the really long one.
How many of you here have personally witnessed a total eclipse of the sun? To stand one day in the shadow of the moon is one of my humble goals.
I did some more research.
The closest I ever came was over 30 years ago. On February 26th, 1979, a solar eclipse passed directly over the city of Portland. I bought my bus tickets and found a place to stay, but in the end, I couldn't get the time off work. Well, anyone who lives in Portland can tell you that the chances of catching the sun in February are pretty slim. And sure enough, the skies over the city that day were completely overcast. I wouldn't have seen a thing. That work I couldn't get out of was my first job out of college. A sales clerk at an old Radio Shack store in beautiful downtown Worcester, Massachusetts. On my very first day behind the counter, a delivery truck pulled up to the front of the store. They carried in a big carton, upon which was printed the legend TRS-80. It was our floor sample of the world's first mass-market microcomputer. The TRS-80 Model 1 had a Z80 processor clocked at 1.7 megahertz.
Pausing this. So basically, he did play the game, and he is making a report on the game that he played. You mean? Yes. Oh dear. This is going to get good. I was talking to a friend of mine a few days ago because he started playing The Witness. So he was talking to me and be frustrated about the facts that where are the tutorials? How the game does expect you to know stuff. And, you know, you have the mini tutorials at the beginning. So when he got one of the lasers, the next thing that he went to do was the town. And you guys know that in town, everything is so mixed up. So you need to go to the other parts of the island to understand what you have to do in the town. And my friend was like, how the fuck do you know what to do in town? There are no tutorials. I'm like, dude, forget the town. Town is end content. Go somewhere else. And what to do with the Tetris pieces? So yeah, I would like to see. He himself is a game creator. Yeah. Yes, the town open world concept. Yes. The town is a challenge, especially the first time you visit it and you have no idea what to do. And I think it's a good thing that I realized that eventually, probably the game wanted me to go somewhere else to understand what I needed to do there. So let's see what this guy has to say about The Witness, a game that he plays because of his J-Bay old friend Frenzy. It's a prank, bro.
4,096 bytes of memory and a 64-character black and white text display. The only storage was a cassette recorder. All this could be yours for the low, low price of $599. The store I was working in had seen better days. At one time, it had been near the center of a thriving commercial district. But like so many other New England cities, the
Brian
advent of
Moriarty.
shopping malls
Ralphine,
had, by the
welcome
early
to the
70s,
stream.
turned it into a ghost town.
It's been a while. How you doing?
Worcester's solution
Merry
to this
Christmas.
problem was decisive, to say the least. The city's elders apparently decided that if they couldn't beat them, they would join them. And so, several square blocks at the heart of the city were bulldozed into oblivion, destroying dozens of family businesses, including the site of a pharmacy once operated by my great-grandfather. In their place was erected a vast 3-level shopping complex.
Merry
with
Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, I decided to do a Christmas episode in which we watch the full movies in the theater. That's what we're doing today. Because that was one of the remainder contents of The Witness that I did not play. And I thought this was the best time to do it. So be welcome. Welcome back.
And a food court. When the dust settled, only a few forlorn blocks of the old Worcester remained standing. My Radio Shack store was in one of those blocks. Then, to add insult to injury, Radio Shack opened a brand new location inside the shopping center, less than 500 feet from my store. So now patrons had a choice between a clean, well-lighted establishment with uniformed security and acres of convenient parking, or a shadowy hole in a seedy old office building next to an adult movie theater. Consequently, I had plenty of time to fool around with the new computer. I taught myself basic programming. Then I learned Z80 assembly. Both, of course, so that I could write games. I also created self-running animated demos, which ran all night in the store window, for the edification of the winos who peed in our doorway. Strangely enough, the few customers we had didn't seem to be interested in our new computer, even after the 16K memory upgrade. In fact, most of the people who set off the buzzer on their way through the front door weren't there to buy anything at all. They were there to exploit a free promotion, which was the bane of Radio Shack employees for over 40 years. The Battery of the Month Club. The idea of this promotion was simple. Customers got a little red card upon which was printed a square for each month. 12 times a year, the lucky sales clerk got to punch out a square and give the customer one brand new AAA, AA, C, D, or 9-volt battery. Of course, customers weren't allowed to choose just any grade of battery.
Why not?
At the time of my employment, Radio Shack offered 3 different levels of battery excellence. First were the alkalines, powerful, long-lasting, and expensive, hanging behind the counter like prescription medication in gold-embossed blister pack.
Wait a second, guys. The door is ringing. I'll be back. Alright, guys. Postal service at this hour. Oh my goodness. Well, it's not that late though. But it's weird that they come at this hour and not earlier today. So yeah, a package just got delivered. So carry on.
These were most certainly not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Next were the high-end lead batteries, sturdy, dependable batteries, moderately priced, and prominently displayed near the front of the store. These were also not available through the Battery of the Month Club. Finally, at the bottom of the barrel were the standard lead batteries. These were literally piled in barrels, cunningly located way at the back of the store, in a dark corner near the TV antennas. Remember TV antennas? Customers who
I do.
came in looking for their free Battery of the Month had to walk the entire length of the premises, past the CB radios and stereo headphones and remote-controlled racing cars. Nothing would stop them. On the first day of every month, like clockwork, those customers came in waving their little red cards. I would look up from my programming and wave them to the back of the store. It didn't matter that the batteries were only worth 29 cents. It didn't matter that most of them were already half dead.
29 cents back then was a lot. Not that much, you know? But nowadays, those 29 cents due to inflation would be like €1 or $1. Kinda. So 29 cents back then? Yeah, it was money.
They came, they grabbed. And as far as I can remember, not one of them ever paid for a damned thing. I was such a crappy salesman. I was young and foolish. I thought my education in game design was happening at the keyboard. I almost missed the lesson coming through the front door. Fortunately, I wasn't the only person fooling around with games on micros. All over the country, people like me were experimenting. Scott Adams was coding what would soon become the world's first commercial adventure game. Remember adventure games? My future employer, Infocom, was being founded, along with other legendary companies like Online Systems, Sirius, Personal Software, and SSI. Those were exciting times. Teenagers were making fortunes. Games were cheap and easy to build. The slate was clean. But in 1979, the biggest news in gaming had nothing to do with computers. On the morning of the autumn equinox, September 20th, a new children's picture book appeared in the stores of Great Britain. This picture book was rather peculiar. It consisted of 15 meticulously detailed color paintings, illustrating a slight whimsical tale about a rabbit delivering a jewel to the moon. On the back jacket of the book was a color photograph of a real jewel, shaped like a running rabbit, 5 inches long, fashioned of 18-karat gold, suspended with ornaments and bells, together with a sun and moon of blue quartz. According to the blurb underneath, this very jewel had been buried somewhere in England. Clues pointing to its location were concealed in the text and in the pictures of the book. The treasure would belong to whoever found it first. The book was called Masquerade. It was created by an eccentric little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief named Kit Williams. Within days, the first printing was sold out, and the empire that never sleeps found itself in the grip of rabbit fever. Excited readers attacked the paintings with rulers, compasses, and protractors. Magazine articles and TV specials dissected the clues, floated theories, and followed with keen delight the reckless exploits of the fanatics. One obscure park, unfortunately known by the nickname Rabbit Hill, was so riddled with holes excavated by misguided treasure seekers that the authorities had to erect signs assuring the public that no gold rabbits were to be found there. Some hunters ended up seeking psychological counseling for their obsession. The craze leapt over the Atlantic Ocean and invaded America, France, Italy, and Germany. It sold over 1 million copies in a few months, a record unrivaled by any children's title until the advent of Harry Potter.
It's a scam. It has to be a
Over
scam.
150,000 copies were sold in foreign translations, including 80,000 copies in Japanese, despite the fact that the puzzle was only solvable in English. It didn't matter that the masquerade jewel was only worth a few $1,000s. Many seekers spent far more than that in their months of exploration and travel. It was the thrill of the chase, the possibility of being the one. Treasure hunts, secret messages, and hidden things seem to exert an irresistible appeal. They're fun to look for and to talk about, and this fact of human psychology has been exploited in computer games since the earliest days. It finds expression in the hidden surprises we call Easter eggs. Atari's Stephen Wright is credited with coining this term in the first issue of Electronic Games magazine. The first Easter egg in a commercial computer game appeared in an early Atari 2600 cartridge called, simply enough, Adventure. By a sequence.
Yeah, and well, he's going to explain it, so there's no reason for me to explain it. But basically, as far as I know, you had to fill in a book with all the clues and no, with the Adventure Easter egg, you had to do a specific set of things, carrying an item to a specific room, and then you would get a special message, if I am not mistaken. I think this was also referenced in the movie Gamer Player 1. So yeah, the first Easter egg ever.
Of unlikely movements and obscure manipulations, players could discover a secret room where the words "created by Warren Robinett" appeared in flashing letters. Over the decades, Easter eggs and their evil twin, cheat codes, have become an industry within an industry. Entire magazines and websites are now devoted to their carefully orchestrated discovery.
What happened to cheat codes?
They're part of our toolkit.
It's been a while since a game had cheat codes.
Vocabulary, the language of computer game design. Computer gamers may have been the first to refer to hidden surprises as Easter eggs, but we certainly weren't the first to use them. Painters, composers, and artists of every discipline have been hiding stuff in their works for centuries. The recent advent of VCRs and Laserdisc players with freeze-frame capability exposed decades of secret Disney erotica. Thomas Kincaid, the self-appointed painter of light, amuses himself by hiding the letter N in his works. A number beside his signature indicates how many N's are hidden in each painting. Picasso, Dali, Raphael, Poussin, and dozens of other painters concealed all kinds of stuff in their paintings. A favorite trick was hiding portraits of themselves, their families, friends, and fellow artists in crowd scenes. El Greco...
Let's not forget that this lecture is 20 years old. Yes. When did The Witness came out? In 2016. It's not been that long though.
Loved dogs, but the Catholic Church
Yes.
forbid him from including
I can
any
understand
in
the
his sacred
dating.
paintings. So he hid them, usually within the outlines of celestial clouds.
It's
Composer
amazing.
Dmitri Shostakovich chafed under the political censorship imposed by the Soviet Ministry of Culture. His symphonies and chamber works are loaded with hidden signatures and subversive subtexts which, had they been recognized, would have sent him to Siberia. Mozart's opera, The Magic Flute, is filled with musical allusions to the rituals of the Freemasons, the ancient secret society of which he and his mentor Haydn were members. But the most famous purveyor of Easter eggs is that champion of the late Baroque, the ultimate musical nerd, Johann Sebastian Bach. Bach was a student of gematria, the art of assigning numeric values to letters of the alphabet, A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, etc. By comparing, sequencing, or otherwise manipulating these numbers, secret messages can be concealed. Bach took particular delight in the geometrical numbers 14 and 41. 14 is the sum of the initials of his last name, B equals 2, A equals 1, C equals 3, and H equals 8. 41 is the sum of his expanded initials, J.S. Bach. These two numbers show up over and over again in Bach's compositions. One of the better-known examples is his setting of the chorale Vor deinem Thron. The first line of the melody contains exactly 14 notes, and the entire melody, from start to finish, contains 41. Another of Bach's favorite games was the puzzle canon. A canon is a melody that sounds good when you play it on top of itself, a little bit out of sync. Frère Jacques and Row, Row, Row Your Boat are familiar examples of simple, two-voice canons. But a
I don't
canon
know
can
any of
employ
those
any
two.
number of voices. And you don't have to play each voice the same way either. You can change the octave, transpose the key, invert the pitch, play it backwards, or any combination. Finding melodies that make good multi-voice canons is a fussy and difficult art, of which Bach was an undisputed master. Now, in a puzzle canon, the composer specifies the basic melody and the number of voices, but not the relationship of the voices. The student has to figure out the position and key of each voice, and whether to perform them inverted and/or backwards. Bach wrote quite a number of puzzle canons. The most famous, BWV 1076, is part of a fascinating story. One of Bach's students was a fellow by the name of Lorenz Misler, founder of the Society of Musical Science. This elite, invitation-only institution devoted itself to the study of Pythagorean philosophy and the union of music and mathematics. Its distinguished membership reads like a who's who of German composers, including Handel, Telemann, and eventually Mozart. Applicants for membership in the society were required to submit an oil portrait of themselves, along with a specimen of original music.
Specimen.
With nerdly efficiency, Society member number 14 decided to combine these admission requirements into a single work. He sat for a portrait with Elias Hausmann, official artist at the court of Dresden. This portrait, which now hangs in the gallery of the town hall in Leipzig, is the only indisputably authentic image of Bach in existence. The Hausmann portrait shows Bach dressed in a formal coat with exactly 14 buttons. In his hand is a sheet of music paper, upon which is written a puzzle canon for 6 simultaneous voices. In 1974, a manuscript was discovered which proved that this canon was the 13th in a series of exactly 14 canons based on the ground theme of the famous Goldberg
the hell?
variations.
This is a
As if
level of
these
paranoia
musical
to be
gymnastics
finding all
weren't
this.
enough, Bach liked to hide messages in his compositions by assigning notes to the letters. His initials, B-A-C-H, correspond to the pitch sequence B flat, A, C, and B natural in German letter notation. This theme makes its most memorable appearance in the last bars of his final composition, The Art of Fugue, published soon after his death in 1750. The word fugue comes from the Latin fuga, which means flight, as in running away. So the art of fugue is the art of flight, the art of taking a theme and running with it. Bach wrote hundreds of fugues, but none as sublime as this sequence of 14. In the last and most complicated fugue in the series, the first and second sections develop normally. This is followed by the BACH signature, and then suddenly, without any warning or structural justification, the fugue stops, dead in its tracks. One of the composer's 20 children, his son Carl Philipp Emanuel, claimed that Bach died moments after those last few notes.
Wait. Bach had 20 sons? 20 children? My god, Bach. Not only with the numbers, but you were also making numbers. God damn it.
Were written. This story is probably apocryphal. The Easter eggs in Bach's music are a pleasant obscurity, known chiefly to professors and students of Baroque music. But in March of 2002, when this lecture was first delivered, those Easter eggs were the talk of the entire classical music industry. Sitting near the top of the classical music charts that month was a compact disc on the ECM label called Morimer. It was performed by the Hilliard Choral Ensemble, together with a talented but, until then, little-known violinist, Christoph Poppen. The music on Morimer is based on a geometrical analysis of Bach's Partita in D minor for solo violin. This analysis, by German professor Helga Thon, assigns numeric values to the duration of notes, the number of bars, and the German letter notation of the partita. In doing so, she claims to have discovered the complete text of several liturgical ceremonies encoded in the notes. The CD presented these hidden texts superimposed over the original music. The result was strangely melancholy, dark, haunting, and very, very popular. Quite a few music critics attacked this disc. They didn't buy Professor Thon's analysis, dismissing it as a combination of numerology and canny marketing. Their caution was not without basis. Numerology is a slippery slope down which many a fine mind has slid to its doom.
Numerology?
Allow me to offer an amusing anecdote from my own experience. Back in the early 90s, before the internet took off, one of the more popular online bulletin board systems was a service called Prodigy. I bought an account on Prodigy so I could join a fraternal interest group and gossip with fellow members around the country. One day, a stranger appeared on our bulletin board. Right away, I knew we were in trouble. This fellow, whose name was Gary, began spouting all kinds of apocalyptic nonsense about worldwide conspiracies, secret societies, and devil worship. At first, we tried to be polite. We questioned his sources, corrected his histories, logically refuted his claims, and tried to behave in a civilized manner. But instead of soothing him, our attention only made him worse. His conspiratorial warnings became urgent, approaching hysteria. He began to threaten people who disagreed with him. To coin a phrase, Gary went all uppercase. But his most urgent warnings weren't about the gays, the Jews, the Rockefellers, or the Illuminati. According to Gary, the greatest enemy of mankind was Santa Claus. Gary claimed to possess a secret numerical formula that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Santa Claus was an avatar of the Antichrist. Intrigued, we pressed Gary to reveal his formula. In doing so, we walked right into his trap. We should have known he had a book to sell. I fell for it. I sent him the $15. Less than a week later, the book arrived. Above an ominous photograph of the Washington Monument was emblazoned the title, 666, The Final Warning. Inside this privately printed 494-page monster, Gary reveals a simple geometrical formula, which he claims was developed by the ancient Sumerians. This formula assigns successive products of 6 to each letter of the alphabet. A equals 6, B equals 12, C equals 18, etc. Imagine my dismay when I applied this ancient formula to the name Santa Claus and obtained the blasphemous sum of 666, the biblical number of the beast. I went on Prodigy and reported to the stunned members of our interest group that Gary was right after all.
Why?
There could be no doubt that according to the unimpeachable wisdom of ancient Samaria, Santa Claus was the Antichrist. I then went on to point out several other names which, when submitted to Gary's formula, also produced the sum 666. Names like St. James, New York, and New Mexico. Soon the bulletin board was filled with discoveries like computer, Boston tea, and most sinister of all, sing karaoke. Gary left us alone after that. I got my $15 worth. But Gary is hardly the first person to connect secret codes to the Bible. People have been looking for Easter eggs in the Bible for hundreds of years. The Hebrew mystical tradition of Kabbalah can be described as a geometriacal meditation on the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. The advent of computers has made the application of numerology to the Bible fast and efficient. The latest spate of Bible searching was instigated by a book published in 1998 by Michael Drosnin, a former Wall Street Journal reporter. His book, The Bible Code, applied a skip cipher in which every nth character in a text is combined to form a message. By applying his skip cipher to the Hebrew text of the Old Testament, Drosnin claimed to have discovered predictions of World War II, the Holocaust, Hiroshima, the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin and both Kennedys, the moon landing, Watergate, the Oklahoma City bombing, the election of Bill Clinton, the death of Princess Di, and the comet that collided with Jupiter. He also found predictions of a giant earthquake in LA, a meteor hitting the Earth, and nuclear Armageddon, all scheduled to occur before the end of the last decade. The Bible Code spent many weeks on the bestseller lists, spawning several sequels and dozens of imitators. The Bible has certainly attracted its share of crackpots, but for the real hardcore egg hunters, nothing can rival the ingenuity, the tenacious scholarship, the stubborn zeal of those who seek the answer to the ultimate literary puzzle, a poisonous conundrum that has squandered fortunes, destroyed careers, and driven healthy, intelligent scholars to the brink of madness and beyond. Who wrote Shakespeare? The essays and books devoted to the Shakespeare authorship problem are sufficient to fill a large library. Several such libraries actually exist. Not even a day-long tutorial, much less an hour lecture, can begin to do justice to this complex, bizarre, and dangerously tantalizing story. Nevertheless, for the unacquainted,
yes,
I will attempt to summarize the issue in a few paragraphs.
Please.
The undisputed facts of Shakespeare's life and career could be scribbled on the back of a cocktail napkin. We know for a fact that a man named William Shakespeare was born in 1564 in or around the village of Stratford-upon-Avon.
Okay.
We know that he had a wife and at least 3 children. We know he bought property in Stratford, was involved in several lawsuits with his neighbors, and died there in 1616, aged 52. We also know that during those same years, a man with a last name similar to Shakespeare worked as an actor on the London stage, eventually becoming co-owner of some of the theaters there. We also know that about the same time, a number of most excellent poems and plays were published in London under the name Shakespeare. We do not know for a fact that the landowner in Stratford and the actor in London with a similar last name were one and the same man. We do not know for a fact that either man had anything to do with the poems and the plays. All we know is that those poems and plays have, in the 400 years since their composition, come to be regarded as a pinnacle of Western culture.
I am confused.
The works attributed to Shakespeare appear to have been written by a man or woman who knew something about just about everything. They're filled with references to mythology and classic literature, games and sports, war and weapons of war, ships and sailing, the law and legal terminology, court etiquette, statesmanship, horticulture, music, astronomy, medicine, falconry, and, of course, theater. Therein lies the problem. How could a farmer's son of uncertain schooling, from a mostly illiterate country village, a man of practically no account at all, wield such encyclopedic learning, with so much eloquence and wit, so much wisdom and human understanding?
Makes no sense.
For the first 150 years, nobody questioned the traditional history of the bard. Then, in the late 18th century, Reverend James Wilmot, a distinguished scholar who lived just a few miles north of Stratford, decided to write a biography of the famous playwright. Dr. Wilmot believed that a man as well educated as Shakespeare must have owned a fairly extensive library, despite the fact that not a single book or manuscript is mentioned in his will. Over the years, he speculated, some of those books must have found their way into local collections. And so, the good Reverend Doctor scoured the British countryside, taking inventory of literally every bookshelf within 50 miles of Stratford. Not a single book from the library of William Shakespeare was discovered. Neither were there found any letters to, from, or about Shakespeare. Furthermore, no references to the folklore, local sayings, or distinctive dialect of the Stratford area could be found in any of Shakespeare's writings. After 4 years of painstaking research, Dr. Wilmot concluded, to his own dismay, that only one person contemporary with Shakespeare of Stratford had ever demonstrated the wide-ranging education and expressive talent needed to compose those poems and plays. That man was the multilingual author, philosopher, and statesman, inventor of the scientific method, chancellor to the courts of Queen Elizabeth and King James, Sir Francis Bacon. Dr.
His last
Wilmot
name is
never
Bacon.
dared to publish his theory, but before he died, he confided it to a friend, James Cowell, who, in 1805, repeated it to a meeting of the Ipswich Philosophical Society. The members of the society were suitably outraged, and the scandalous matter was quickly forgotten. Then, in 1857, a lady from Stratford, Connecticut, published a book called The Philosophy of the Plays of Shakespeare Unfolded. In this book, Miss Delia Bacon, no relation to Francis, claimed that the works of Shakespeare were written by a secret cabal of British nobility, including Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Philip Sidney, as well as Sir Francis Bacon.
Believable.
Delia Bacon's book
Given the
electrified the
circumstances,
world
but
of letters. Battle lines were drawn between the orthodox Stratfordians and the heretical Baconians. Literary societies and scholarly journals were formed to debate the evidence. Hundreds of pamphlets, newspaper articles, and essays were published defending each side and ridiculing the opposition with that self-aggrandizing viciousness peculiar to tenured academics. Armed with her explosive book, Delia Bacon journeyed to Stratford-upon-Avon and, unbelievably, obtained official permission to open Shakespeare's grave. However, when the moment came to actually lift the stone, Delia's self-doubt precipitated a catastrophic nervous breakdown.
but what were
She
you
later
expecting to
died
find?
penniless in a madhouse.
But why would you open the coffin? What is there to find in there? So I agree. It's strange. Because yes, there might be a chance that someone from the countryside, given that time and age, could have access to books and study those books to create poems and literature. Because he was a playwright, okay? It makes sense for him to have access to that. But to have knowledge about medicine, falconry, and many other kind of sciences, at the time being from his humble beginnings, seems kind of unlikely. You could say that he could investigate, but he would need to have access, a friend who is a doctor, or access to a library where he could read the books and learn from them for the playwrights and stuff like that, or for certain poems. But it's weird. It makes much more sense for a noble to have that education and writing those poems under the surname Shakespeare. I can certainly believe that Shakespeare was a cultured person. Yes, indeed. I believe that too. I believe that he can be a cultured person, but with certain restrictions, I don't know how famous Shakespeare was at the time. To say that he was given access to libraries and proper studies and stuff, because I know that back in the day, some artists like Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci had access to anatomy, learn about painting, sculpting, and many other different ways of arts. So yes, I can understand that if you put your mind into it and start studying, you can be well versed in a multitude of things. But in the case of Da Vinci, he was working also, for example, for the Pope, and he was working with other nobles at the time. So, for example, in his anatomy studies, he would get corpses bring to his shop for him to study and stuff like that. Okay, he gets the resources from somewhere else. Where is Shakespeare getting the resources to study medicine, for example? The book? So yeah, I agree with Shakespeare being a really cultured man, at least well read, to be able to create the different his different plays. But having such, how to say, extreme different knowledges seems unlikely for the time. I'm not saying it's impossible, because it might as well be possible. I'm just saying that it sounds odd. So since I wasn't there at the time, and I cannot speak to claim any truth, I can understand that some people would say this was not written by Shakespeare, it was written by someone else. I could believe that, because by what he is saying, it makes sense. But let's see how this is going to continue on, because it's a bit confusing.
Around 1888,
He was already quite successful during his lifetime. Yes, he was. He was successful, but successful enough to be able to... Well, he bought a house, so yeah, he had the money. But why would some of the poems appear to be written somewhere else? And I don't know. It's confusing. But yeah, he was really successful, and he had probably the money to get access to proper education and some of the knowledge, you know, or at least get medicine books and stuff like that.
Things began to get a bit out of hand. U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly of Minnesota became interested in the Shakespeare controversy. One day, browsing through his facsimile copy of the First Folio of 1623, he noted that the word bacon appeared on page 53 of the histories.
Oh my God.
And also on page 53 of the comedies. He also noted that Sir Francis Bacon had written extensively on the subject of cryptography. Donnelly began counting line and page numbers, adding and subtracting letters, drawing lines over sentences,
this is just plain paranoia.
circling words, and crossing them out. The result was a complex and virtually incomprehensible algorithm, which he claimed was invented by Bacon to hide secret messages inside the First Folio. The greatest Easter egg hunt in the history of Western civilization had begun. Here are just a couple of
It's
the
fun and
sillier
it gets better. Oh
highlights.
my goodness.
A doctor named Orville Owen of Detroit constructed a bizarre research tool he called the Wheel of Fortune. This wheel consisted of two giant wooden...
Is it though? Sometimes coincidences merit investigation. Yes. But you were just mixing and adding numbers in a pattern you think it's going to be correct. You have no clue if it is correct. It's just making a pattern in your brain and say, yeah, he used this to create a sentence. Or is it the person that is making the investigation, the one that wants to find the specific answer, you know? There is a point in which you have to say, okay, I think this is getting out of hands. Because if you're like, I'm going to find a secret message in this book, I grab any book anywhere and I say, the first words of every page say the sentence, I love bread. So this is a secret message to say that he loved bread. Maybe he didn't love bread. It was just how he write the book. Maybe he must be, whatever he is, he must be having one hell of a laugh. I assure you that. The investigator needs to study statistics. Yeah.
spools wrapped with a strip of canvas 2 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. Onto this canvas, he glued the separate pages of the complete works of Bacon, Shakespeare, Marlowe, Greene, Peele, and Spenser, together with Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. By cranking the spools back and forth, Dr. Owen could quickly zip across the pages in search of clues and cross-references. Employing a large team of secretaries and stenographers, Owen claimed to have uncovered a complete alternative history of Elizabethan England, as well as several entirely new Shakespeare plays and sonnets.
They needed video games back then. Because they had no... Let's do this. We don't have TVs, so what should we do? Let's fucking get everyone here. Let's fucking get every single person of the team to investigate this book. And cross-referencing. What are we going to do today? We keep cross-examining this until we find something. And what are we going to find? I don't know. Let's fucking do it. Do you have anything better to do? No. I'll fucking do it.
Listen to this hidden verse, supposedly penned by the mighty bard himself, which inspired Dr. Owen to build his Wheel of Fortune. Take your knife and cut all our books asunder, and set the leaves on a great firm wheel, which rolls and rolls, and turning the fickle rolling wheel, throw your eyes upon Fortune, that goddess blind, that stands upon a spherical stone that, turning and inconstant, rolls in restless variation. After publishing 5 thick volumes of this rubbish, Owen announced the discovery of an anagram, indicating that Bacon's original manuscripts were buried near Chepstow Castle on the River Wye. Owen spent the next 15 years
time on.
and
Indeed
thousands
we have.
of dollars excavating the bed of the river with boat crews and high explosives. He died before anything was found. A fellow named Arnsberg wrote an entire book based on the analysis of the significance of a suspicious crack in the tomb of Bacon's mother. A Ray of Sanity finally appeared in 1957.
Please.
To those familiar with the science of cryptology, the name William Friedman needs little introduction. During World War II, Colonel Friedman was the head of the U.S. Army's Cryptoanalytic Bureau. He is credited with cracking the Japanese Empire's most sensitive cipher. After the war, the colonel decided to apply his expertise to the study of the Shakespeare ciphers. He interviewed several of the experts in the field and prepared a detailed scientific analysis, which he published under the title The Shakespeare Ciphers Examined. His conclusion? In a word, bunk. According to the standards of cryptologic science, not one of the hidden messages purportedly discovered in Shakespeare's works was plausible. The rules used to extract these messages from the texts were non-rigorous, wildly subjective, and unrepeatable by anyone except the original decipherer.
Thank you.
The people involved were not...
I don't know who you are, bro. You participated in World War II? Whatever. Thank you. This was... This was well needed. I am not a cryptographer, and even I say that is bollocks. Just from the standpoint. But, okay. Thank you.
not being dishonest. They were channeling their preconceptions.
There's more.
They were
Not everything is
trapped in
untrue.
a lapreauth of delusion.
Just saying
mining
preemptive
order
thank
from
yous.
chaos,
I might retract myself.
anchors in a lake of darkness. Lear, Act 3, Scene 6. You would think that Friedman's cold and ruthless exposure would be enough to silence the heretics once and for all. Not a chance. The books and TV specials and websites and conferences and doctoral dissertations keep right on coming. I should point out that the Shakespeare authorship issue is not only the preoccupation of cranks and weirdos. A substantial number of respected authors and Shakespeareans have expressed serious doubts about the traditional origin of the plays. The list includes Nathaniel Hawthorne, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Walt Whitman, Henry James, Sam Clemens,
Freud?
Sigmund Freud, Orson Welles, and Sir John Gielgud.
What?
Living skeptics include the artistic director of the New Globe Theatre.
Wait, Freud believed in this? And he was a psychologist. Jesus, what? Okay, that's the only name I recognize. Sorry if I'm so bad remembering names. That is something that you guys should know about me. I'm really bad at names. So if you tell me this guy discovered this, oh, okay, that guy. That is the thing, because I always forget about names. I remember Freud because, you know, Freud, he is such a in the field of psychology, he is such a well-renowned name. So it's normal that I know who it is, who Freud is. But most of the other names I was not aware of. Wait, maybe he didn't. We can go back, right? Wait. You and I know surely, but how does one convince such an investigator that we're full of shit? I suppose that you have to be on the same level of education to tell him you're full of shit. Because if anyone else he is going to be like, ah, peasant. Psychology is more of an endeavor of human emotion than scientific knowledge. It's got people in. Yeah. I mean, he's
Mark
talking about living skeptics, so I suppose that Freud was
Michael
not a
York,
skeptic. Let's.
Derek Jacobi, Kenneth Branagh,
I.
and even
can I-
that most
can we-
revered and scholarly
Sorry.
Earl of Oxford, a theory first proposed in 1920 by an English schoolmaster with the unfortunate name J. Thomas.
Did I? This is not the right timing.
What is it about Bach, the Bible, and the works of Shakespeare that inspire?
Just a bit earlier.
The lowest estimate of Shakespeare's working vocabulary is 50.
Oh my God, where is it? Oh wait, about here.
Mining order from chaos. Anglers in a lake of darkness. Lear, Act 3, Scene 6. You would think that Friedman's cold and
Okay,
ruthless
let's listen to
exposure
that again.
would be enough to silence the heretics.
Backward, it's a
once
longer
and
line.
for
Yes.
all.
Thank you,
Not
Bandit.
a chance. The books and TV specials and websites and conferences
It's got people
and
in
doctoral
Burke.
dissertations keep right on
Who was
coming.
Burke again?
I should point out that the Shakespeare authorship issue is not only the preoccupation of cranks and weirdos. A substantial number of respected authors and Shakespeareans have expressed serious doubts about the traditional origin of the plays. The list
Oh,
includes
the first video.
Nathaniel Hawthorne,
Oh,
Ralph Waldo Emerson, Walt Whitman, Henry James,
I did not read
Sam
again.
Clemens,
the guys who
Sigmund
believed
Freud,
in it.
Orson Welles,
Okay.
and Sir John Gielgud. Living skeptics include the artistic director of the New Globe Theatre, Mark Rylance, Michael York, Derek Jacobi, Kenneth Branagh, and even that most revered and scholarly of contemporary Shakespearean actors, Keanu Reeves. The current leading candidate for the authorship is Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, a theory first proposed in 1920 by an English schoolmaster with the unfortunate name J. Thomas Looney. What is it about Bach, the Bible, and the works of Shakespeare that inspires this intense scrutiny? Nobody's looking for acrostics in Chaucer or Keats. There are no hit CDs of the secret chorales of Wagner or Beethoven. For the answer, we need to recognize the unique roles which the Bible and Shakespeare have played in the development of Western culture. No other single work of literature has influenced modern English more than the translation of the Holy Bible published in 1611 under the auspices of King James I. The King James Bible exemplifies the meaning of the word classic. It has been called the noblest monument of English prose, the very greatest achievement of the English language. It has served as an inspiration for generations of poets, dramatists, musicians, politicians, and orators. Countless people have learned to read by repeating the phrases in this, the only book their family possessed. Our constitutions and our laws have been profoundly shaped by its cadences and imagery. But even the glory of the King James Bible, compiled by a committee of 46 editors over the course of a decade, pales before the dazzling legacy of the Swan of Avon. The lowest estimate of Shakespeare's working vocabulary is 15,000 words, more than 3 times that of the King James Bible, and twice the size of his nearest competitor, John Milton. His poems and plays were written without the aid of a dictionary or a thesaurus. They didn't exist yet. It was all in his head. When Shakespeare had a thought for which Elizabethan English had no word, he invented one. The Oxford English Dictionary lists hundreds of everyday words and phrases, which made their first appearance in the pages of the Bard.
That is unbelievable.
Addiction, alligator, assassination, bedroom, critic.
Assassination were... What? Assassination were not in the English language? So I suppose it was murder? That is true. That is impressive. I was about to say, yeah, well, he didn't have words. He's going to make some of them, and he just said, yeah, he if he did not find the word for that, he would just invent the word. What? Okay, genius, I suppose. There's no other way to put it. So, great. That changes my perspective on the thing of having, he was a well-cultured man, but inventing words, and then the English took it. That's fucking genius.
Dawn, design, dialogue, employer, film, glow, gloomy, gossip, hint, hurry, investment, lonely, luggage, manager, switch, torture, transcendence, wormhole, zany. Hamlet alone contains nearly 40 of these neologisms. Who today would have this
Such a writers come up with
audacity,
new words.
this giddy exuberance of invention? Only one other English author even approaches Shakespeare's facility for coining new words: Sir Francis Bacon. In the modern era, the record holder is Charles Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, who, interestingly, also happens to be the second most quoted author in English, after Shakespeare. Everyone has been profoundly molded by the influences of the King James Bible and Shakespeare.
It's impressive to me.
Like it or not, all of us peer at the world through the lenses of these great works. They are the primary source documents of modern English thought, the style guides of our minds.
I did not know that. This is very
Contemplating
interesting.
these dazzling jewels of wisdom and eloquence gives rise to an extraordinary feeling, a potent, rare, and precious emotion with the potential to completely upset your life. An emotion powerful.
Was Brillig and the Slithy chose the Gyre? What? So that is kind of Old English in some words. Lewis Carroll. Oh my goodness. And some of those words have endured as well. Or brief version. Was. Brillig, I have no idea, but Slithy, I suppose that comes from slither.
Enough to
My
make a man
goodness.
abandon his wife and children, forfeit career and reputation, lay down his possessions, and follow his heart without questioning. That sweet, sweet fusion of wonder and fear,
They're all nonsense words.
irresistible attraction, and soul-numbing dread known as awe. Awe is the grail of artistic achievement. No other human emotion possesses such raw, transformative power, and none is more difficult to evoke. Few and far between are the works of man that qualify as truly awesome. It is awe that convinces a rabbi to spend a lifetime decoding Yahweh from the Pentateuch. Awe that sends millions of visitors each year to the pyramids of Giza, Guadalupe, and Mecca. It was awe that drove poor Delia Bacon to her doom. Now, please don't come away from this lecture thinking that the key to awesome game design is the installation of Easter eggs. Ordinary games with their contrived Easter eggs and cheat codes are like the Battery of the Month Club. You have to trudge down to the back of the store to get what you really came for. If superpower is what people really want, why not just give it to them? Is our imagination so impoverished that we have to resort to marketing gimmicks to keep players interested in our games?
Fair
Awesome
enough.
things don't hold anything back. Awesome things are rich and generous. The treasure is right there. One afternoon, I was sitting alone behind the counter at that old Radio Shack store. My boss had stepped out for some reason. An elderly woman walked through the front door. Like most of our customers, she was shabbily dressed, probably on a fixed income. I assumed she was there for her free battery, but instead, she placed a portable radio on the counter. This little radio came from the days when they boasted about the number of transistors inside on the case. It was completely wrapped in dirty white medical tape. The woman looked at me and asked, "Can you fix this?" Slowly, I unwrapped the medical tape, peeling away the layers until the back cover of the radio fell off, accompanied by a cloud of red dust. The interior of the radio was half eaten away by battery leakage and corrosion. I looked at the radio. I looked at the old woman. I looked back at the radio. I reached behind me, where the expensive alkaline batteries were hanging like prescription medication, and removed a gleaming 9-volt cell from its gold blister pack. Then I pulled a brand new transistor radio from a box, installed the alkaline, and helped the lady find her favorite station. No money changed hands. She left the store without saying a word. Awesome things are kind of like that. Bach offered his students very specific insight into the source of awe. In addition to BACH, 2 other sets of initials are also associated with Bach's music. These initials are not hidden in the notes. Instead, they're scrawled right across the top of the manuscript for the whole world to see. The initials are SDG and JJ. SDG stands for the Latin phrase Sole Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. JJ stands for Jesu Juva, help me, Jesus. Bach wrote all of his great masterpieces sub specie eternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. He did not compose only to please his sponsors or to win the approval of an audience. His work was his worship. Bach once wrote, "Music should have no other end and aim than the glory of God and the recreation of the soul. Where this is not kept in mind, there is no true music, but only an infernal clamor and ranting." The name of the power that moves you is not important. What is important is that you are moved. Awe is the foundation of religion. No other motivation can free you from the limits of personal achievement. Nothing else can teach you the art of flight. Computer games are barely 40 years old. Only a few words in our basic vocabulary have been established. A whole dictionary is waiting to be coined. The slate is clean. Someday soon, perhaps even in our lifetime, a game design will appear that will flash across our culture like lightning.
It
will
has
be
happened.
easy to recognize. It will be generous, giddy with exuberant inventiveness. Scholars will pick it apart for decades, perhaps centuries. It will be something wonderful, something terrifying, something awful. A few years ago, I was invited to speak at a conference in London.
Outer Wilds or The Witness? Deciding between one of those two games would be unfair to the other, I would say. Basically because they have well established their own genres of video games, and they have nothing to do with one or the other. You said it has happened. Yes, but I meant it as a not as a reference to any kind of game, but as to, you know, in our video game world, so to speak. We have been let me phrase this correctly, because it's really a topic of discussion. There has been some games that have definitely shaped how we perceive games and how the developers and the public perceives video games as a whole. The game that is coming to mind, for example, is Resident Evil 4, which is probably one of the precursors or one of the very first games that did actually the third-person camera over the shoulder type thing, and it was one of those games that changed the gaming market going onwards, so to say. So what I'm trying to say it has happened. I try to say that there has been video games in different periods of times that have changed the perspective of how we view games and how the market is moving to a certain direction. For example, there was a time that everyone was playing League of Legends. It didn't mind if it was toxic back in the day or if we had other games at the time. But when League of Legends came out, it was an after and a before, and many companies try to replicate that. That's why we have Dota 2 and Heroes of the Storm. Also, with cover shooters, we all remember the era of Xbox and PlayStation 3, in which every single game was a cover shooter. Be it Gears of War, be it Uncharted, be it, I don't know which else comes to mind, but there was a lot of those back then. And if you would play around that era, a shooter, it most definitely was going to be a third-person shooter. You know, there has been culturally enriching moments in the video game genre and world that has shaped how we view certain genres. Yes, but he is talking about awe and what moves developers. Yes. But you have to... How to say this? Because it doesn't have to be the story, you know? What produces that awe in you. It's how you feel playing the game. When you say a game is awesome, or when more than when you say it, is when everyone agrees, okay, this game is awesome. Why is it? Aw. Bees. Dark Souls 1, for example, or you know that Demon Souls, as far as I know, it was a commercial failure in Japan, that it only got a certain folk here in Occidental markets that we liked it, and then came Dark Souls 1, And that was a worldwide. Everyone was playing Dark Souls 1. Everyone agreed it was a great game. And if it weren't because of Dark Souls, we wouldn't be having Souls-like games and everything that came after that. And we can all agree that Dark Souls doesn't precisely has a deep, meaningful story if you just play this. If you just play the game, don't get me wrong. You can get into the lore, you can get into the reading of the equipment and stuff, but you don't have to actually play the game to understand. You don't have to learn the story to understand why it did change everything that came after that. So yeah, when of course Outer Wilds and The Witness, I find the Witness awesome, and it doesn't have a real story. Yes, exactly, precisely that, because there is it is how the game changes you also as a player, you know, not only as developers or how the game industry is working forward, but it has produced something in the players to make us move forward with that trend. For example, The Witness is awesome, but it did not produce, well, at least as far as I know, it did not produce a change coming forward that would affect other kinds of games. You know, Outer Wilds, on the other hand, they'd had a repercussion in a bit when it comes to video games and how you explore and how you create, or that sensation of discovery. How the game for once does not treat you like a child and gives you tutorials and stuff, and you know, find your own stuff. But I suppose it really depends on the kind of genres and different how to say it, because sometimes a game comes that has nothing to do with what happened before, and then we are so surprised by it that we try to move forward understanding why that game was so successful. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes they try to replicate that essence, which is something that it's not easy to do, because you cannot replicate that sense of awe because you have already experienced it. So when you have experienced a game like Outer Wilds, if another game comes later on that is spiritual successor or has nothing to do with it, but it follows the same rules, you're not going to be impressed by it. You might enjoy it, you might enjoy the story, you are going to say, this game is really good, this game is awesome, but it's not the same sensation, because it's like a well-defined precursor to what is coming onward from that point. I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly in this, because it is up to debate, and I'm just speaking a bit of my mind too. So both The Witness and Outer Wilds have their own sensations that they transmit to you, because the next time I will be playing a game like The Witness, I'm going to keep in my head saying, oh my god, this reminds me of The Witness, but it's a bit different. Or I'm not going to be as impressed playing a game that is a recreation of something I've already played. That's why games like Resident Evil 4 define the third-person shooter genre in some way. You may add variations, you may add something different, but the base is there. It might not be the first to do it, but it was the first to stuck. And that is what changes your perception of this. And that's why I said that this has happened before. And this is happening, and it's going to keep happening onward, that every single time that we find something that changes how we view games as a genre or a specific set of things. For example, and this is just a personal opinion of mine. I remember reading a commentary or like a comment. It was an image in Facebook, I think, or something like that. It was something about, yeah, Final Fantasy VII is overrated. I don't want to play the game. I think it's stupid and stuff like that. You know, the usual. For me, I don't want to be like, because I'm going to get in some shady terrain, okay? Because it's not like, if you like video games, even if you don't like Final Fantasy VII, if you love video games as a genre, as a media, you might not enjoy Final Fantasy VII. Everyone has their own opinion, but I feel like you should at least play it once to have an understanding of why are we where we are, to identify why Final Fantasy VII was so successful at the time, and why everyone is so sentimental about Final Fantasy VII. You know, for example, I'm just using Final Fantasy VII as an example because I was reminded of that comment. Like, for example, in my case in particular, I am not really a fan of Fortnite, for example, but I have to say, and it's not up to debate, that it has impacted so much on the gaming world, on the gaming media, how we perceive games, and the empire that Fortnite is nowadays. I might not like the game. I might not agree with how the game plays or what the game is about. But denying the impact that it had on the industry and how everything works after Fortnite, that is something that you cannot deny in any way. So, since I don't have a particular genre of video games that I like most, because I've always been jumping from genre to genre, probably because the only genre I'm not particularly fond of is sports, you know, like football, soccer, and basketball and stuff. So those are the kind of games that I don't really care about. I do care about racing games, and those are considered also sports games. Well, I do like those, but it's just my own preference. But if I would probably talk to someone that likes FIFA or any kind of soccer game, he would say to me, okay, this game is actually quite awesome. And this has changed the next sport games in a specific reason or in a specific way. Yeah, I don't know. With what I'm going with all this is that given his words that he is giving here in the speech, he said that we are going to be finding something that is awesome, or you know, it's going to be incredible, that is going to change everything going onward. And I think, in my own opinion, that has happened multiple times with the different games and the different experience that we have with different games that has come out. So, and the most beautiful thing about all this is that I would like to say that I am really grateful that we as gamers, as human beings, have the possibility to have access to games that we all can enjoy. And that is something that was not that easy back in the day, because some of the old games were maybe a bit too hardcore for some people. And I enjoy that people get to play video games that are more well suited for them, or maybe have access to different difficulties and different kinds of experience, you know? Because I cannot, in a well-reasoned matter, compare Doom Eternal with Animal Crossing. But we have a lot of crossovers with Animal Crossing and Doom. And that is beautiful. I think that is fantastic in the world that we live in with video games. And it's probably one of the things that makes me the most passionate about this media. That we all were able to unite under the same how to say it, under the same hobby. You may have from time to time people that would like to gatekeep or like, you know, shame others for whatever reason, because frankly, you're wasting your time. And but I would like to think that those are the exceptions and not the rule. So I'm really proud of you guys. That's something I would like to say to you. So carry on with the lecture, because it's not that much longer, I think.
My wife joined me, and we took a day off for some sightseeing. We decided to visit England's second biggest tourist attraction, Stratford-upon-Avon. It was cold and rainy when our train arrived. Luckily, most of the attractions are just a short walk from the station. We visited Shakespeare's birthplace, a charming old house along the main street, which attracts millions of pilgrims every year, despite the complete lack of any evidence that Shakespeare was born there or even lived anywhere near it. We went past the school where Shakespeare learned to read and write, although no documents exist to prove his attendance. We visited Anne Hathaway's cottage, the rustic country farm where his wife spent her childhood, although no record shows anyone by that name ever having lived there. Finally, we came to the one location undeniably associated with Shakespeare, Trinity Parish Church, on the banks of the River Avon, where a man by that name is buried. This beautiful church is
hola,
approached
Endel,
by
¿qué
a
tal?
long walkway between rows of ancient gravestones, shaded by tall trees. The entrance door is surprisingly tiny. No cameras are allowed inside. The interior is dark and quiet. Despite the presence of busloads of tourists, the atmosphere is hushed and respectful. A few people are seated in the pews, deep in prayer. An aisle leads up the center of the church. The left side of the altar is brightly illuminated. On the wall above is a famous bust of the bard, quill in hand, gazing serenely at the crowd of pilgrims. On the floor beneath, surrounded by bouquets of flowers, at the very spot where Delia Bacon lost her mind, the gravestone of William Shakespeare bears this dire warning. Good friend, for Jesus' sake, forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man who spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. Every year, 3 million pilgrims arrive from every nation on earth to approach this stone and consider the likeness of a man whose body of work can only be described as awesome. By contrast, the right side of the altar is dark and featureless. Nobody of any consequence is buried there. The only point of interest is a wooden case of simple design, carved of dark oak. Inside the case, sealed beneath a thick sheet of glass, lies a large, open book. A plaque on the case identifies this book as a first edition of the King James Bible, published in 1611, when Shakespeare was 46. Not many pilgrims visit this side of the altar. Most of those that do simply glance at the book, read the plaque, and move along. A few, more observant, note that the Bible happens to be opened to a page in the Old Testament, the book of Psalms, chapter 46. No explanation is given for this particular choice of pages. For the initiated, none is necessary. If you are of inquisitive bent, if you are intrigued by English history and literature, if you value your peace of mind, cover your ears now. In the year 1900, a scholar noticed something about the King James translation of Psalm 46. Something terrifying, something wonderful. The 46th word from the beginning of Psalm 46 is shake. The 46th word from the end is spear. There are only two possibilities here. Either this is the finest coincidence ever recorded in the history of world literature, or it is not. The Earth
I cannot
revolves
believe
around
it.
only one sun and has only one moon. The moon happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun. The sun happens to be 400 times farther away. And the apparent paths of the moon and sun in our sky happen to intersect exactly twice every month. Which means that every now and then, at long yet precisely predictable intervals, the lunar disk slips across the face of the sun and just barely conceals it for a few wonderful, terrible minutes. A fine coincidence, no? In June of 1977, a little man with divergent eyes and a talent for mischief ascended a hilltop in the British village of Ampthill. At the summit of this hill is a tall, slender cross, a memorial to Catherine of Aragon, the first wife of Henry VIII. The sun, high in the south, cast the shadow of the cross upon the grassy hillside. At exactly 12 noon, the man removed from his pocket a bar magnet. He turned the magnet so its north pole was facing south and buried it under the shadow of the cross. 2 years later, a few hours before the publication of his first book, the man returned to that hillside, this time in the dead of night. He used a compass to locate the magnet.
Hello, Otto. Welcome back. How's it going? Okay, this lecture is being quite something. So yeah, so many coincidences require investigation, just like Bandit said. But this is just messy. But when he said that Shakespeare was already born when the Bible was translated in English, that also is a bit suspicious, isn't it?
He had buried. In that same place, he dug a hole in the ground and placed inside a ceramic container inscribed with the following words: "I am the keeper of the jewel of masquerade, which lies waiting safe inside me for you or eternity."
So it was not a scam. The rabbit. That's the rabbit thing? Yeah, don't take what you hear. You hear here as a valid info. Well, one of the things that I did not... I appreciate it's kind of a troll by the game devs. Some of them sounded reasonable enough. But when it started about cryptography and stuff like that, that is when I lost it. Because there was... Oh my god, some of the how to name it. It raises so many questions about the psychological integrities of some of the believers, you know? Because yeah, you were creating a code with your own mind and deducting what could possibly be your truth. Yeah, there can be coincidences, of course. Some of the authors, artists, and writers, and whatever you want to call it, every single artist has their own way of creating Easter eggs. For example, in the 16th Chapel, is that how it's named in English? The Sistine Chapel, like, you know, the famous. Let me go look for it. This one, for example. This piece of art. Let me just share this. Hello. You see this one, right? Apparently, he was making an Easter egg. Michelangelo was creating an Easter egg of God inside what looks like to be a brain. So he was actually saying that God is a creation of the brain. This is one of the few Easter eggs that I know of. So if you look at how it looks, yeah, it's God creating Adam and stuff like that. But if you put on the shape, it looks like a brain. And that's a bit messed up if you think about it back in the day. Because definitely he was a non-believer. And some of the stuff definitely was not trolling. I could say that some of the stuff I was not aware of, for example, Shakespeare creating the words, I was not aware that was a thing. Because I didn't know that was something. But I am frankly impressed that many of the words were created by him, and some of the words that we use nowadays were created by Shakespeare. I actually did not know that. Probably because we don't study Shakespeare in school here in Spain. Maybe just a few things about him, but not that much. He put a few hours worth of lectures in the game. If that is not troll, then what is? Yes, but it's not mandatory to listen to the lectures, so I don't see why he would be trolling us with the lectures, just like the audios, you know? Because it's also, you know, different. The audios, for example, are just different opinions of the authors. But the videos seems to be different kinds of lectures, you know? So I don't see why he would be lying to us. But yes, this was a bit, I have to say, this lecture in particular went to places I was not expecting it to go. So yeah, something started with Easter eggs in video games, and ended up with cryptography about Shakespeare and people trying to find out a message somewhere that we didn't know. So yeah. That is something. So what is the point you got from there so far? Okay, number one. As far as I know, number one was a brief lecture about scientific facts, kinda. In a brief attempt, a brief version of it. And kinda I have to agree with what he is saying about this. Because he said something that supposedly was controversial, or that people would violently disagree with him, is that every single form of art is just a representation of how the artists view the world. And I have to agree on that because it's true. It's not actual facts. But it's the first lecture was actually really interesting. It was short, but it was impactful. And it carried the message really well, because I was not expecting him to go into the we start the science. This is what it's truth. And the lecture itself doesn't go into it, but it makes you wonder and think about metaphysics and stuff like that, you know? Makes you wonder about, okay, science says that this is what it is, but we also have different ways of thinking and different ways of perceiving the world. So even if we know that this is truth, and it irrefutably denies everything else, it's easy to go and find your own truth. Also, the message of him saying, how would you want to change, is something that is really about self-improvement. And I think that went really well. The second one was a lecture of another scientist who was also wondering about the big questions about why are we in the world, is there a meaning to all this, and many other things. And he seems to not want to enter into the into a discussion that he was not able to get out of, because it's just a discussion of opinions, and you're not in self-conscious deny the other person's opinion because you do not have the answer. And I said back then that I agree with him that some people can have the ability to not be frightened about not having an answer. In my case in particular, I am a really curious person, and then sometimes I would like to get answers to questions that probably I will never get the answer to. But making the questions itself and having the answer is also a way to understand or try to find what answer suits you best. Because it might not be the proper answer, but as long as an answer that satisfies you, I think there's also a way to go through there. I'm actually looking at the keyboard, but because I function as when I'm thinking, I tend to look away from everything else. I know you guys are typing right now, while we'll be reading. The third one was the movie of the candle. Nothing to say about it. It's just a brief Tchaikovsky cut. And this quite long one was definitely something. Nothing to say about the movie of the candle? Well, how to say this? We see the images of a man that is coming from one side to the other of the wall, and the candle snuffs out. He goes back, reignites the candle. But I'm lacking context. I'm lacking context in this because maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I am really dumb, but I'm not getting it. But I don't know what he is trying to do. Is this like an allegory of life? Like he walks the path, something happens, and then he wants to start over to get over to the end. And when he reaches the end, that person dies. He's making a point, but no player is obligated to sit through the videos. Yeah. And what is the point you got from the stuff? Oh yeah, that is the reason I was explaining just now. He's doing something totally useless, not unlike players solving useless puzzles. Yeah. Speaking to a friend of mine when we were discussing this game, well, discussing, he, like I said, is beginning to play the game and stuff like that. So, for example, when this is a crude statement, okay? Don't get it out of context. But sometimes playing the witness, while you are playing the witness, it seems like the creator of the game is like, okay, let's grab a monkey and put it on there to solve puzzles and see how they solve it. Because he commented on, you know, you remember the temple, right? The temple, you have to open the windows, and from the windows you can see the outer puzzle, and you can create the road to successfully get the solution of the puzzle. In his case, what he did was opening the windows, go outside of the temple, and since it was mirrored, was looking at the window, back at the puzzle, back at the window, trying to get the proper answer to the question. So, when I say, when the creator of this game was like, let's grab monkey number 1, okay? Or number 2100 or whatever, because we have played a lot. Lots of us have played the game. Monkey X, and get them inside this place and get them solving puzzles. How will you solve the puzzle? Because there's many different ways you can do this, or how you find the solution. That is the most interesting thing about the witness. Is not the puzzles themselves. It's how the game presents them to you, and how you gather the information that you're getting to reach to the answer of the puzzle. So yeah, I agree with you on the fact that he is doing something useless, as the same way as we are, but I would argue that it has a lot more thought process than getting from point A to point B with a candle, not trying to snuff out. But I actually think there's more to it. I need to watch this film someday and try to understand in context what Tarkovsky tried to tell about this scene. Because yes, in itself, it might seem like it's doing something useless. There might be something else behind it. But I might be dumb enough that I'm not getting the proper answer to this. You know? But yeah. Like, for example, if you guys remember my playthrough, I did struggle a lot with Tetris puzzles. Like, they were the worst of the puzzles I had to go through. And you guys, if you were there watching me streaming the witness, you guys would know. I hated the Tetris puzzles. They were a lot on my brain. I don't know why, I don't know for what reason, but they were one of the worst for me. We all have our own interpretations, which is, should be. Yes, that is something that is beautiful about this game. We may say, okay, the game is really hard, but I have to give it to it that it's not imposing, quote unquote, it's not imposing an answer to you. It's saying to you, find it. Go find it. And if you get it right, you got it right. Like, for example, the greenhouse puzzle with the elevator. That was one of the other puzzles that I was stuck in, because I was so focused on the on the plants that were on the greenhouse that I lost track of what was really important and going on with the puzzle. I have a lot to say about it, but it's too much to write down. I'm sorry. Oh, it's perfectly fine. If you want to share a specific thing with us, Otto, feel free, because today is the day. Today is the day of discussion, of discussing this game. Okay, just in case, I'm going to look for the number 5th. And going in. We need to begin at this point. Go. This is another one. The game, I mean, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's troll. Some of them must be trolling, really. Almost everybody hates those 2 videos. The last 2 ones? Or you mean the long one? Or you mean these 2? The last 2. The Advaita one. Huh? Meditation stuff. Okay. Let's go. Let's go check it.
So it's absolutely simple what I have to say to you. It's what my teacher said to me. And I'm still deeply discovering the reverberation of that.
Oh my God, the voice.
And it's simply stop looking for what you want.
Oh, it's going to be one of those depressing videos, right? Okay, this is not going well. This is not starting well. Okay, lady. You may have a really pretty and soft voice, but let's see what is the message that you have to share with us.
Not cynically stop looking for what you want, because there's a way of stopping looking for what you want in resignation and cynicism and closing down. But innocently, openly, stop looking for what you want in this moment, not tomorrow when you have it, but in this moment, to take one moment, whatever it is you want, however mundane or profound, and just stop looking for it.
I love, sorry to stop this, sorry. But there is a, I love how probably the sound technique that we're having on the back is probably going into the microphone, making it go up, because the lady decides she wants to speak like this. Because guys, you have to understand that getting what you want, it's not always what you want. Sorry. Yeah. Because guys, I'm sorry guys. I will take this seriously now. But she is like that. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Let's carry on.
And you will find more than what you could ever want. Because more than what can be wanted is already who you are.
Ah, yes, these videos.
It's too simple to be grasped, but absolutely, completely realizable. If, and
I
it is
wouldn't
a
want her-
huge if, of course.
I wouldn't want her as my meditation teacher. He's going like, Ralphine, please envision this. Envision this lady right up your ear like this. Ralphine, you need to understand that sometimes getting what you want might not be the best choice. So what you have to do now is to forgo everything that you ever wanted and envision yourself as a lobster, as an amoeba, and devoid of every notion and desire. Please understand. Ralphine, I'm doing this to save you. Saving you from the pain, Ralphine. That would be amazing. Let what you will come to you. Great. Thanks, man. Okay, I have to agree with the sentence that she said at the beginning. Just that sentence, though. I have to agree with that. Stop caring about what you want to be now, when you will be it later. I'm trying to understand. She's saying that as a way to not be obsessive about getting something and then being frustrated because you are not becoming that. I'm getting that she wants to say that. Not the proper phrasing, for sure, because it seems to be like, well, abandon your dreams, fucker. But as a way for her to say, don't pay attention to what you will become, but pay attention to it when you become it, which is kind of weird to say that to someone. So definitely not the best meditation tip to give someone, you know. She may be sincere, but she comes across as an actress. Yeah.
You are willing to give up your hope that what you want will be found in the next thought, or the next activity, or the next day, or
It's
the
a
next
free game.
man,
Yeah,
or the
I know
next
about the
woman,
looker. I
or the
should
next
play that
teaching,
one day.
or the next experience. So that's huge. That's the challenge. And I've blessedly traveled to Australia to challenge you.
She's using big words, guys.
in
Blessedly.
that directionless direction.
That
It's
direction.
so simple that it has to be said over and over, because it just slips right by the mind. And if it's said over and over and in enough ways and then not said, it can just be revealed. Not as something new, but as something absolutely fresh. Not new, but fresh. Who you are is not new, but it is always fresh. Who you think you are is old and dead. We just keep trying to think it a little better, squeeze some light.
Getting enlightened. Okay, Ralphine. She did it! She's playing some ASMR shit on us. She did it! I knew it! Go enjoy dinner. Also, Otto, thank you for the stalking. The lurking. Thank you for the stalking? What? Thank you for the lurk. We'll be seeing each other soon.
Is that clear?
Yeah,
It
pretty
is?
much.
Because that's really the basis of what I have to say.
Yeah, right.
It's not a teaching. It's not a belief system.
It's more of a preaching, if you ask me.
It's not a way to live your life.
Lady,
It's not a should stop. It's not an if you stop, you will be rich and famous and universally loved and never have a sad moment. None of that, I promise. But if you're willing to investigate for yourself without believing it or learning it or hoping to get something from it, just a pure investigation out of the natural curiosity of the human mind, just to investigate for yourself what is here
thank you so much, Otto.
when I stop trying to get anything,
Glad to have you here always.
and how much of that is here.
Also, Merry Christmas. Because you guys are going to be
Where does
having
that
Christmas.
begin?
We're all having Christmas tomorrow.
Where does that end? And then the question, am I willing to trust that? And then the challenges get very big. But we'll get to that later. Any questions about what I just said?
Yes.
Want me to say it again?
No.
You already are everything you want, only maybe not in the way you imagine what you want.
What? Guys, I am a doctor. Though you guys don't know it. I can make a heart open operation here, right now, on myself, and survive. It's amazing what you can do with self-believing. Yeah. Great.
And it's that imagination itself that keeps you from discovering that you already are everything you want. So if you just take this evening as an experiment to give up any imagination, any image of what you need to be totally fulfilled, just give it up. It's just an image, just a thought. Maybe a spiritual thought, maybe a worldly thought, a relationship thought, a career thought. Just give it up. And directly discover what's here, unthought, unimagined. How's that? Good. Good.
Lady, we might have something to talk about, lady. So we need another video and wait, this can be wrong. Can be right. I mean, because we already have that video. This is the challenge video, so why is it does it appear here? Did I jump video? Yeah, I did. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. You're trolling me just now. He wants me to get banned. He's trolling me right now. That looks like what it looks like. So yeah, about that video in particular, it's I'm not going to say that I don't like it, because it's you believe what you want to believe, okay? But I have to say that probably that I think I understand what she is trying to say, or what she's trying to get at. But she is not really well versed to explaining what she wants to say. Banned. I'm banned. So let this moose tell you about this, okay? So what I think she's getting at is to the fact that okay, what she's trying to get at is to forgo the dream unrealized. Like, for example, I want to be a voice actor in my case. Let's put me in the example here. So what she's trying to say is, I should forget about being voice actor, because right now I am not a voice actor. To give up that dream to enjoy or understand that the now is more important than what I will become. So I understand that she's trying to say not to study to become what you want to be, because you already are. But I get that she's trying to say that everyone should view this not as I will become this, but as I already am this. I'm just working to get there, and I am not enjoying the road or the path because I am so focused on the end goal. You can be a voice actor, yes. I mean, it's something that can be plausible. It's something that can happen. Will it happen? When it's going to happen? I don't know. I just know that I'm working to get there. You know? But I think I understand what she is trying to say. But the way she puts it seems to tell you, forget your dreams and do not try to achieve your dreams. Because for some magical bullshit, you already are your dream. Which is, lady, no? Do you see me paying taxes with my voice acting money? Lady, no. I don't think that's what she's saying. Okay. Give me your version, Ralphine. If you can, of course, if you are busy at the moment. Because this is a really good point of discussion. She's saying that we always wanting something, all these desires stop us from experiencing the here and now. Yes. Yes, I agree with that is one of her messages. Yeah. That doesn't mean you do nothing with your life. Yeah. I think that is one of the messages that can be that you can get from what she's trying to say. But when I say that well, she basically stated herself to forget what you will become or what you want to become. But yeah, I agree with, in theory, one of the things is, because we are always wanting something, you are not enjoying the here and now. And that is something that we all, specifically in the nowadays society, experience on a daily basis. Because especially if you live in a really consuming country, or you have a lot of consuming, a lot of advertisement, you have a lot of what's the word? They always want you to buy something. They always want you to get this because it's the new thing. There's always that, some people have that itch in the back of the head, like, I want to be on top of everyone else in economic standards, so I should spend more money to get the new things. And we are constantly changing. Technology is changing so fast, and some of us cannot keep up with it, even if not money related. You have, like, for example, all the platforms, streaming platforms like Netflix, HBO, stuff like that. They always want you to be on the last trends, like the newest series, the newest the new hit, the new series that hits, and it's always constantly feeding the machine, and we are dragged all the way through that. And it has come to a point that when we stop doing stuff, when a human being decides, okay, I want to rest, and you stop, it doesn't happen to you. You are working so hard through the year, then you get your holidays, and through your holidays you're like, I'm bored, I don't know what I should do. I should be doing something, I should be more productive. It's sad, but there has been like a change in that resting or not being productive makes you feel bad. Because you think to yourself, I could be doing this. I could be doing some stuff. Man, you're resting. That is what you're doing right now. But resting is not considered something that people should do. Because the world is always moving so much that there is no rest. If you rest, you feel like you're doing something wrong. And that's awful. Really, really awful. We're always living in the future or in the past. Yes, that is also true. Depends on what things are causing you to live in the future or in the past. Living in the future because you would like to get some stuff out of the future. I'm studying to get to this point. You might enjoy the here and now, but perhaps you're not enjoying it to the fullest. That's true. And just looking at something. Yes, looking at the activity feed. It seems like we are always living in the past. Could be because of traumas, because of some stuff like that. I don't know, I mix my ex. I should have done this, I should have done that. Something happened to me a long time ago, and I have not forgotten that. But yeah, I would argue, though, Ralphine, that those things also tell you who you truly are, so to speak. Because I don't mean like you should always constantly be thinking about the past or thinking about the future. But I should say that you are the person you are right now because of what you lived in the past and what you want for yourself in the future. And it's one of the main things that identifies you as a person. Not the only thing, but it's one of the things. And, you know, if I... For example, I feel like even though I will not be doing any law stuff anytime soon, I grew as a person after finishing my law degree and finishing college, you know? And that has made me the person that I am now, getting my experiences back in the past. And living in the past, you know, I miss the better times. It's something that is really relatable. And living in the past, just so you know, like I miss the past. I miss my friends back in high school. Those kind of things. I can understand that because we grow as persons, and in the end, sometimes we distance ourselves from others. And it can be sad. So I understand that people living in the past cling to those memories. It's hard to let go something when the only... I think we should not get obsessive over those things. If anything, if something we can get from this video is not to obsess about, you know, what actually Bandit was saying just a moment ago. Have the wisdom to differentiate of things I can change and things that I cannot. And obsessing over things usually end up badly for every human being. In every area, I would say. So sometimes just going with the flow is something that we should do from time to time. Because it also provides a different view. It might provide a different view. But I get it's not easy. Some people really want to be in control of what is going on. Yeah, the AA version is about change. Yeah. But, I suppose if... I don't know. This is going to be more of a personal thing. Because we are now entering into the, health. You know, mind health territory here. And I by no means a psychologist or anything like that. But in my case personally, I suppose like everyone else, had a moment in my life when I was not happy with who I was. I was not happy with, how to say it? I was not happy with how my life was turning out or how I would react to things. And by that time, the only solution that came to mind is to just let go. No, I don't mean let go as in a bad thing, as in commit suicide. No, nothing related to that. But letting go and let the current guide me to where to, you know, what she said, more like enjoy the moment. Don't let don't let your worries take control of you. Just let it flow. Let it flow. Let it see where this is going to take you. It took me to very questionable places. But at the time, it was something that I think that I really needed. And it helped me in some way finding out what I liked and what I didn't like about different stuff in my life. And I came out of that feeling much more refreshed. Feeling that I have matured as a person. And in many ways, I wouldn't say wiser, because I was quite the dick back then, but with less worries in my mind. And sometimes I know it's difficult because, like I said, the current view of the world doesn't allow you to stop so much, because of fear of being left out or fear of not enjoying the same stuff as others. But I would say it slowing down and letting myself go with the current really helped me in some way. And that's something I in my personal experience, I needed that. I needed that. So yeah, this is getting quite personal, guys. So what I'm trying to say is if you guys ever go through a rough batch, so to speak, a rough moment. Sometimes I know it's not easy because it isn't. But sometimes letting yourself go and go alone with the current rough patch, yeah, might help you guys in some way. It's not going to be the solution, but at least it will take your mind off the worries of the moment. It's not easy, because being in control, I know, is a sensation that one of the reasons I don't like alcohol, for example, is that I don't like not being in control of my actions, for example. And I know it's really difficult to let go those kinds of emotions and just whatever happens. But sometimes you never know where you're going to end up. And if you're going through a rough patch, things can't get worse unless you go make it worse and do stuff you will regret in the future. So as long as you do stuff that you know that you're not going to regret, I think letting go and going with the current is actually a really good thing that people can do. Again, I am not a psychologist. This might be the worst advice anyone has ever gotten. I don't know. It did work for me, but I'm just speaking about my personal experiences. Well, get ready for some of the more mind-altering insights into the purpose of existence with this last video. Okay, I've talked enough, so let's go at it. The next one is quite long. Let's go. How to think about thinking 101. I like him better than her, but essentially they saying the same thing.
Know yourself as the open, empty, luminous presence of awareness.
Okay, okay. Explain, screen man.
Open, because you say yes unconditionally and indiscriminately to all appearances of the mind, body, and world. Like empty space, you have no mechanism inherent within you that can resist any appearance. We don't have to make this the case, it is already the case. Empty, because although you, I, this aware presence, is aware of thoughts, sensations, and perceptions. It is not made out of a thought, a sensation, or a perception. It is made out of pure knowing or awareness.
Uh-huh.
And luminous, because just like the sun, relatively speaking, that renders all objects seeable, so you, I, this open, empty presence, renders all experience knowable. In fact, we don't really see objects, relatively speaking, illumined by the sun. We just see reflections or modulations of the sun's light, appearing as a multiplicity and diversity of color. In the same way, we don't really know the objects of the mind, body, and the world. We just know our knowing of them.
Simulation.
All we know, all that is known, is the knowing of experience. And you are that knowing.
Mm-hmm.
All that is ever known is a modulation of our own knowing presence, modulating itself in the form of thinking, sensing, and perceiving, and seeming to become a mind, a body, and a world. But we never actually know a mind, a body, and a world as they are normally conceived. We just know our knowing of them.
Mm-hmm.
And this knowing, the substance of our experience, the only substance of our experience, is ourself. In other words, we know ourself alone. Awareness knows nothing other than itself. Be knowingly this open, empty, luminous presence of awareness. We don't need to do anything special to make this happen. Above all, we don't have to manipulate the mind in any way whatsoever to be this presence of awareness.
But what if you're blind, though?
This presence of awareness, which is simply our self, what we refer to when we say I, is ever present. Just check this in your own experience. Nothing that I am saying this evening, there is nothing that cannot be checked in your own direct experience right now. I bring no special knowledge to this meeting. I don't have a store of knowledge which I am disseminating. I'm just, within the limits of language, trying to describe the current experience. Ask yourself, do I know anything other than now?
Now, as in time, I take your saying. I don't know the
Try
future, or I don't know the past.
to experience the not now. Try first to experience the past. It's easy to experience a thought about the past, But what about the actual past to which this thought refers?
Okay. Thus far, try to experience the past. Okay. This isn't stretching it a lot, okay? Because I understand that what he's saying is that the now is the real thing. Or at least he's probably going to say that the past is not something that you are aware of right now. I get it. I get what he's trying to say. And I perfectly understand that the thing is that now, and experiencing the past, the awareness of it, is difficult. But I was thinking about, yeah, this is stretching it out a lot, but it's a question that has just come to mind. Because I am thinking about the ghost limb syndrome in this case. I don't know why my brain went there, but I'm thinking about, you know, when someone loses a limb and then they feel the pain as if the arm is still there. Is that experiencing the past or the now? Because, okay, you have the pain now, but something that you had from before. So you are aware of the pain, but you should not be aware because the limb is not there. This is stretching it out. These videos are making me crazy. Just a thought, just an idea, you know. This probably is completely unrelated and I am messing with you guys. But you know, it's a question. Because I imagine that the pain is caused by the nerves still sending signals of pain to the brain. I mean, that is the scientific, most reasonable answer, yes. The nerves think the arm is in pain, so they send the alarms, the signals to react to that pain. That is the most scientific thing, but he is talking about awareness and existence itself. The sensation is here and now. Yes, I agree with that. But it's something that is in the past, so to speak, you know? Because the limb is not there. The sensation is here, but it shouldn't. Because there's nothing to feel the sensation. It's just crazy stuff. Don't pay attention to me on this. The videos are getting me crazy. Just this is stretching it out a lot. Okay, I'll continue.
Try to experience that. Can you step into the past? Can you go 1 second into the past? Or 1 second into the future? Thought can go there. But what about you?
Well, if you put it like that.
Really try to go there to make sure that this is not just an interesting philosophical conversation, but that it is actually your experience. That the past and the future are never
PowerPoint presentation just went suspended.
And if the past and the future are never actually experienced, they are only thought about. And that thought about the past and the future is always now. If this past and future are never experienced, what does that say about time? Time is a movement between a non-existent past towards a non-existent future. It's a theory, a necessary and valid theory, but a theory that doesn't refer to the reality of our experience. Nobody has ever or could ever experience time. When I say nobody, I mean yourself, awareness, the only one that knows or is aware.
Because this raises questions, okay? Because okay, it's a mental condition and something that can be diagnosed and unfortunately not so well treated. But you know, Alzheimer and other mind I would, it's not proper to say mind controlling, but you know, degrading of the mind. And for example, in Alzheimer, in the first stages, it's most common to lose memory of the most recent things, you know? And in some cases, some of those people are living in the past, literally, because that is the only memories that they have. That's why sometimes, not everyone, of course, but sometimes people with Alzheimer and how to say it, another mental condition that I right now cannot name, act like children, or I don't know, they say, like, for example, someone with Alzheimer's still believes that his or her mom is still alive. So, okay, they are living in the here and now. But in his awareness, the awareness that he has in the now reflects situations of the past. Because the brain has forgotten the present. You're talking about the content of awareness. Any content is possible. Alzheimer is no different in that respect. Yes. Yes, indeed. Probably not talking about the... Yeah, talking about the content and not talking about the idea of awareness. Because he is more focused on the... Or at least he's trying to say about the idea of the awareness, you know? Of being aware of the present, what is going on. But I'm just sharing with you guys my own thought process because this is interesting. Because I understand the idea. But how does the idea apply to reality? You know what I'm saying? Because an idea may have content. If I am aware of the present, the content is the present. Right? Or am I just mixing this? But it's a really interesting topic of discussion, actually. Quite interesting. Your mind, your awareness is the screen. Your thoughts, sensations are the film that is projected on the screen. Yes. I suppose I was stretching out the fact that he said about experiencing the past. And I understand his theory. I'm not trying to make this as he is bollocks or something like that. Because I understand what he's trying to say. And I agree with you, Ralphine, about the fact that he is much better than she explaining what all this is. But yeah, it's interesting to say the least. Because, you know, maybe it is indeed the content of the thought. But for those people, they are actually experiencing the past, so to speak. They have not traveled through time by all means. In their minds, it's another time entirely. And it's an interesting point of discussion. Alzheimer's, just another film.
When I arrived off the plane from London in Washington, D.C. last weekend before coming here, the friend who picked me up asked me how the flight was, and she said, "How long did it take?" And I experienced thought being cranked up like an old motor, a little resistant to get going. And for a moment, I could feel the cogs of thought almost moving, trying to work out how much time the flight had taken. Because in my experience, it had been now all the way.
Dude, just watch the clock.
I had never left London. London had left me. I had never got onto an aeroplane, a flow of sensations and perceptions that thought abstracts and calls a body in an aeroplane, flowed through me. And I never arrived in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. arrived in me, or at least the cluster of perceptions that thought calls Washington.
That's one way to turn the tables, bro.
Arrived in me.
She
way,
rightfully said bye
nobody
and left.
ever walked into this room, and nobody is sitting on a chair, and nobody is listening to a talk. A colourful flow of sensations and perceptions appears in awareness. But awareness never goes anywhere or does anything. It is always here and now, not here a place and now a time. Here, this dimensionless, now this timeless presence of our own being. That is our experience, whether we recognize it or not. Now the mind may feel a little rebellious when it...
You really are concentrating on something. You experience time is very different. Yes. You know, the typical phrase of when you're having fun, time flies by, and the sensation of time just go by so fast when you are doing something else. Yeah, I agree with you on that. That perception of time shifts depending on whether if you are bored or if you are enjoying yourself. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Here's this. It may say yes, 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 that's true, but there is an undeniable continuity to my experience. And this undeniable continuity would seem to be evidence of time. Where does this felt sense of continuity come from? All we know of the mind is the current thought or image. And thoughts and images are intermittent. The body is known through sensation, and all sensations are intermittent. All we know of the world is perception, that is, sights, sounds, tastes, textures, and smells. In fact, nobody has ever experienced a world as such, a world as it is normally conceived to be. We just know the current perception, and all perception is intermittent. So if the so-called mind, body, and world are intermittent, From where does this felt sense of continuity come from? It comes from the only thing, if we can call it a thing, that is truly continuous, or in fact not continuous, but ever present now in our experience, and that is our own being, the presence of awareness. The presence of awareness is the only thing that is known to be ever present. Now, the mind knows nothing of awareness because the mind only knows apparent objects. So when the mind looks at experience to find what it is that accounts for continuity, it cannot see awareness. And so it manufactures a substance called time to account for the continuity of experience. In other words, continuity in time is what eternity looks like when viewed through the narrow slit of the mind. Permanence in space is what the infinite, unlimited nature of awareness looks like when viewed through the narrow slit of the mind. Continuity and permanence are pale reflections at the level of the mind of the true, eternal and infinite nature of awareness, that is, of our self. What else can we say about ourselves from our actual experience? Which means right now, what can we know for certain about ourselves? Not what thought may tell us about ourselves, but what we actually know in this moment, derived only from our experience of ourself. Ask yourself, can I, this open, empty, knowing presence, can I be agitated? Thought can be agitated. Sensations, or the body, can be agitated. The world can be agitated. But what about you, the one that knows the apparent mind, body, and world? Can you, this open, empty presence, be agitated?
Wouldn't this be like a, I don't know, maybe it's not a contradiction, but when he says that, can the self, the awareness, be agitated, what does he define as the self? That self is awareness, or the self is the shared, how to say it, the full both sensations and awareness and who you are, and you know, because when he says, can this be agitated, it defies what the self actually is, right? Self is awareness. It's not your personality, character, or whatever. Time has different viscosities based on how much attention you give it. Sometimes it flows more smoothly, yeah. Self is awareness. It's not your personality, character, whatever. Yes, but you can be agitated by things that make you upset, for example. You say the awareness can be agitated? Okay, if we put the if we use the same euphemism, should I say euphemism? Doesn't feel right, but should we use the film screen as not being agitated with what happens around in the film? Awareness cannot be agitated. And if time is flowing much faster than what its viscosity allows, turbulence ensues and becomes inherently agitated. This is getting into some deep terrain. Because he is clearly aiming his view as awareness cannot be agitated. But awareness can be different things for different people. In the case for him, awareness is something that cannot be agitated. So, but it's weird. Maybe it's because it's conflicting with my idea of the self. When he is saying stuff like the awareness cannot be agitated. Okay, I look at something that makes me angry. And yes, let's say that it is what he says. The screen is not being agitated. But I am, in some measure, in control of the screen. You know? Because if I don't want images being projected on the screen, for example, closing my eyes or stuff like that, what I'm going with this is I have a degree of control of what I am aware of in the world. In some way, I would say, all of us. Oh, it's difficult to express in this. This film is making me agitated. Yeah, he has a different definition of self. Yeah, it's probably because of that. The crushing definitions, basically. That's why he is getting different stuff than I am, and how it is conflicting with my own version of it.
See, in your experience right now, that you are, and this of course is just an image, are like an open, empty space, such as the space of this room. Nothing that appears within this room can agitate it. We are all sitting peacefully now, but if we were to stand up and start dancing or fighting, would the space of this room become agitated? You are like that. You, I, the presence of awareness, are undisturbable, imperturbable. We don't need to become imperturbable, and this undisturbability of ourself is not dependent upon the condition of the mind. Right now, you, awareness, are utterly imperturbable, and for this reason, another name for ourself is peace. Peace is not a quality that ourself has, it is what ourself is. Not peace of mind. Minds are more or less agitated. This peace that passeth understanding, that is not of the mind. It doesn't have to be sought. It is not hiding in the background of experience. This very awareness that is seeing, hearing, knowing, is pure peace itself, shining in all experience, however apparently agitated that experience may be. Ask yourself, can I, this presence of awareness, ever lack something? Thoughts can say that something is missing. Feelings can say that something is missing. But what about you? Without referring to thought or feeling, is there the slightest motive in you to avoid the now and replace it with the not now? See that in yourself, this presence of awareness, there is not the slightest impulse or possibility to avoid the now. And what do we call this absolute absence of resistance to the now? The absolute absence of resisting what is and seeking what is not. What is the common name we give to this?
Desires?
It is called happiness.
I might have understood that
We
wrong.
all know that when we are happy, we are by definition not resisting the now and seeking
Okay. Okay, I'm getting it now.
in the past or the future.
He was putting it the other way around.
By happiness, of course, I do not mean a pleasant state of the mind or the body. I mean this absolute impossibility of ourself ever to resist or seek, to resist what is and to seek what is not. So happiness, like peace, is just another name for ourself. It is not a quality that ourself has, it is what ourself is. What else can we say for certain based on this current experience about ourselves?
Oh my god, the
When I was
water
driving
sounded
here,
so much.
or being driven here, the day before yesterday, from the airport in San Francisco, I was looking in the wing mirror of the passenger seat and I noticed the words inscribed at the bottom of the wing mirror. And they said, "Objects in the mirror are closer than you think." A statement of pure non-duality. Objects that appear in the mirror of consciousness are closer than we think. How close to a mirror are the objects that appear in it? Are there in fact two things? One, the objects that appear in the mirror, and two, the mirror? Or is it all just mirror?
Question! Because I have a thing running in the back of my head that I think might be interesting to discuss. By the definition of awareness that he is giving us, when he uses expressions like, I was driving here I was being driven here. It makes it sound like awareness doesn't have a will of its own. There's no free will. I have to go see you. I have to go see you too, Ralphine. Have a Merry Christmas. We'll be talking some of the time soon, hopefully. So take good care of yourself. Have a good one. Just that. By definition, it seems to imply that awareness has not a will of its own. Because when he uses expressions like, I was being driven here, it makes it sound like he was not there because he wanted to be there or because he had to be there. It makes it sound like he was there just because the awareness, no, not the awareness, but the, he had to be there, so to speak. There was there was no choice in the matter. That getting in the plane, getting from London to DC was nothing of his own actions. It's just that the awareness of his mind just made him come to DC. It's strange because I was thinking just about that. It might not be related whatsoever, but I'm getting the sensation that with his words, with this lecture, free will, it's not something the awareness can coexist with, so to speak. That's odd.
All we know of the apparent mind is the experience of thinking. And thinking is just a modulation of yourself, a modulation of knowing or awareness. All we know of the apparent body is the experience of sensing. And sensing is a modulation of yourself, awareness. All we know of the apparent world is the experience of seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, and smelling. These are all modulations of knowing, modulations of ourself. In other words, we never truly know a mind or a body or a world. These labels are just abstractions that thought superimposes on the intimacy of our experience. From the point of view of experience, which is the only real point of view, experience is much closer, much more intimate. So close as to not admit the possibility of two things. One, myself, awareness, and two, the object that I know. Even that is an abstraction. It may be a useful stepping stone, a halfway understanding to conceive of thoughts, sensations, and perceptions arising in awareness. But nothing arises in awareness. The only substance of all experience, the only substance of thinking, sensing, and perceiving is already awareness. What do we call this absolute absence of two things? A subject that knows and an object that is known. Take now the experience of hearing. Go to the sound of the air conditioning. Forget about the labels sound and air conditioning. Our only knowledge of the apparent air conditioning is the experience of hearing. How close does hearing take place to you? 5 meters away? 10 meters away? Refer only to your experience, not to what thought tells you about sound. Where is hearing? Is it close? Intimate? And in the experience of hearing, can you find two parts? One part that hears, and another part that is heard? Or is it just one seamless, intimate substance called myself? And what about this room? Thought says, I, the inside self in here, sees the room, the outside world out there. But what does experience say? All we know of the apparent room is the experience of seeing. Remove seeing, and the room vanishes. In other words, we don't know a room. We just know the experience of seeing. Does seeing take place 5, 10, 15 meters away from yourself? Or is seeing utterly intimate? And can you find two parts to the experience of seeing? One part that sees, and another part that is seen? Or is it just one seamless, intimate substance? And what is the name, the common name we give to the absolute intimacy of all experience? It is called love. Love is the most familiar experience that we all know, the collapse or dissolution of the sense of a self in here and an object, other, or world out there. The collapse of this sense of separateness, distance, otherness, not me-ness, is what we call love. Love is just another name for non-duality. If we call it non-duality, there's just a few thousand of us in the world that are interested in it. But if we call it love, or peace, or happiness, then all 7 billion of us are interested in it. So why is it, if love, peace, happiness are the natural condition of all experience, the substance out of which all experience is made, how is it that it seems not to be experienced? It is because of a single thought that rises in awareness, made only of awareness, which imagines that awareness shares the limits of the thoughts, feelings, and sensations that appear within it. It is like imagining that a mirror shares the limits of the objects that appear in it. With that thought alone, the ever-present, unlimited awareness, which is what we are, seems to acquire or take on the apparent limits of the body and the mind. Just as the screen seems to take on the limits of an image, when a film begins. As a result of this imaginary collapse or contraction of our self, unlimited, eternal awareness into a body and a mind, these qualities of love, peace, and happiness are seemingly veiled. And it is for this reason that the self, the separate self that thought imagines us to be, is always, by definition, on a search in the imaginary outside world for the apparently lost love, peace, and happiness. However, this imaginary inside self cannot, by definition, find the love that it seeks, because its very presence, its apparent presence, is the veiling of that love. All the separate self seeks is love. In fact, the separate self is not an entity that searches, it is the activity of resisting the now and seeking the not now. All this seeking ever wants is love. But love is the dissolution of this seeking, the dissolution of this imaginary self. In other words, the separate self that seeks love is like a moth that seeks a flame. The flame is all the moth wants, but it is the only thing it cannot have. Because as the moth touches the flame, it dies. That is its way of knowing the flame. It becomes the flame as it touches it. That is the separate self's way of finding love, by dying in it. The death or dissolution of the separate self is the experience of love. So simply be knowingly this open, empty, luminous presence of awareness, whose nature, whose inherent nature is love, peace, and happiness. Not a love, peace, and happiness that is in the background of experience that has to be sought, but that is shining in full view at the heart of all experience. In fact, experience is made out of this substance called peace or happiness.
Ah, very well. That is one way to end it, I guess. Okay. This one in particular might be the most profound, yet the one that begs the most question. In many ways, we have been discussing it with a few stops in between, and frankly, I don't think I have the brain right now to properly give you an answer, guys. Because that last part, the last 10 minutes, I think he was actually kinda going over and over, trying to express what fundamentally was told to us at the beginning 20 minutes. Which in itself, it's not bad. But it has definitely drained my energies quite a bit. I have many things against not against, because it's not true that I am against him, but since his ideas conflicts a bit with my idea of awareness and everything like that, I feel my brain is so numb right now, but I feel like, oh, color. I feel it's not. How to say it? Because this is his way. He has expressed the way he views the world, or at least the self. But I find it really difficult to defend what he is saying, because I see some of the contradictions that he may have clear in his brain and mind, but I am not really sure those are things that I agree with, so to speak, you know? So I don't know, it's odd. It's a bit weird. But I get it. I think my brain just stopped functioning in the last 10 minutes. So I apologize for that. What I think I'm going to do right now, since we're deep in this right now, I'm going to go at the beginning for a quick moment and properly finish what we started. And the way to do that is by actually getting the secret ending. And when I'm done with the secret ending, we will be finishing the stream for today. Because my god, I do need a rest. There was a way to close the gate, if I remember correctly. Maybe turning off one of the... Nope, because you cannot get this one's wrong. There was a specific way to do this. I'm going to search for it. Look at the gate. Yeah, but I need to... There's a specific way to do this. Yep, there's a specific way to do this. Yep, gate's closed. So to get the secret ending. Spoiler, by the way. Hello. So basically, it's all like a hotel. I played through this. We're not. I'm sorry, guys, but we're not listening to every single audio there is. But yeah, it seems to be like concept art of the island, some houses, different perspectives. It all seems like a hotel, and the audios, I think, is part of the development team. Like a bar. Or audios. And you can see the island from here, the entirety of the island. From a building that is in the clouds, so when you are in the island, you cannot basically see this, because it's hidden from sight. When we come up all the way, like a spa room, a really good space to chill, and we have the challenge down there. That we completed. And now the island is so far away from this perspective. And we cannot see the other room from where we begun. It's really, really a good and comfy place. This effect too is really awesome. And the further we go, further away the island seems to be. And we get to this crazy path that is really small, leading us into secret areas. We have this, which is a room that we can, I think, light up. No, we need to light it up from here. Oh my god, what puzzles. It's been a while, so. Oh, it's been a while. We can do this. Okay. I know how it is. Don't worry. I think this was the proper way to do it. No? Oh, right. This one? So we can see there's someone in there. Who might that be? Did it happen if we did something the other way around? Did it change? No. Lighting it down a bit. So if we come here, that is another version of the room. Someone attached to a bag. And if we carry onward through this dark and weird place, we're going to be dragged along into the debug area. Someone falling. We get carried on. Get through the secret ending. This is probably the most mind-numbing thing. Yes. The witness, the beta. And this guy was testing data. And he was attached to liquid, so he would not die in virtual reality. How messed up must it be to get theorem when testing a video game? Oh, the pee bottle. Bro, that shit scared me. I did not remember that would happen. Yeah, I guess your legs must be mind numb of how long you've been in the game. What are the statues? Yeah, and the guy is going to be obsessed through the entirety of the secret ending. Because he's going to be searching for circles and lines everywhere. And that's the same thing that can happen to us. Rewiring our brain. Yeah, circle. Clicking the circle. Nope, it does not work. Might as well look at the portraits. Did he change his pants? No, it's the same pants. I don't want to be the one say it, but that looked like a condom down on the table. It was weird. I have to say though, the garden that they have is really beautiful. Oh my god, do you guys see it? Do you see the circle and the line? Do you guys see it up the stairs? Because I do. Clicking everywhere. We have that cobweb. I always thought it was Mountain Dew. It might as well be Mountain Dew. He's hanging outside. Yep. That is the secret ending, guys. And the game closes again on itself. Says, fuck you. Okay. Sounds good. Game crashing. GG. So, this marks the end of The Witness as a whole. This has marked quite the experience. And here I was at the beginning of the stream like, okay, the videos only last 2 hours. What am I going to do afterwards? It's been 4 hours and a half because we've been stopping and commenting on every single video in every single moment. So I hope you guys have in mind that I paused the video because I think this is stuff that needed to be commented and said. Because yeah, you know, discussions and stuff. If we only watch the videos, it's not going to be fun. So we need to make discussions and comment on those things. Oh my god. It has definitely, my apologies, it has definitely been an experience. So, guys, thank you so much for being here together with me. Otto, Bandit, Ralphine, Endel, who was here as well earlier on today. Otto, of course. Cheshire, who came in to throw in a reward. CD that said hello. And I think I'm not forgetting anyone. I not forget anyone? Guys, thank you so much for being together with me. Hope you have enjoyed the excruciatingly painful set of videos. Just kidding. Thank you for the stream, John. Thank you so much for being together with me. Hope you guys have a really good Merry Christmas and enjoy the 24th as best as you can. I'm going to go have a quite the big of a rest. So take good care of yourselves. We'll keep in contact next week. Merry Christmas, everyone. Take care. Merry Christmas, buddy. What is left of me? Bye-bye, Otto. Thank you so much. Catch you on the next time. It's going to be on Monday. Have a nice weekend.